My affiliate in Cleveland, Ohio, is one of the nation's great old, gigantic clear channel radio stations, WTAM 1100 in Cleveland. For that same radio station, there is a reporter. Mark Schwab is his name. That's S-C-H-W-A-B. He's a sports news and sports reporter. And I began getting faxes, emails and faxes a couple of weeks ago, maybe not that long ago. And as we were contemplating the Ghost to Ghost program, people would write and say, did you know that there was a major incident with a sports reporter for WTAM? And I kept getting them. And finally, of course, I decided to call WTAM in Cleveland and find out what was going on. And here's the guy who can tell us, Mark Schwab. Mark, welcome.
Top of the very early morning to you, Art, from Central Florida.
To you as well. WTAM had sent you to Florida to do what?
Cover the Indians. Spring training with the flagship home of the tribe, and the Indians happen to be my beat. So when spring training rolls around, I pack up, head to Winter Haven, Florida, where they practice and get ready for the season, and stay there until the season starts.
Oh, well, so then you're the guy who kind of looks them over and gives Cleveland a preview of what their team might or might not do.
Exactly.
Uh-huh. How do they look, by the way?
On paper, they're excellent.
On paper, they're excellent.
On paper, they're excellent. They lost some guys, they brought some new guys in, and now, it's whether or not the new faces blend with the old, the team chemistry clicks, and a few questions in the pitching staff get ironed out, but there's so many question marks that a few of the ifs are bound to pan out, so they should be all right this year.
All right, so how long then? You stay there a total of how long?
I flew in on February 15th. I go home March 30th.
What did you do, rent an apartment or stay in a hotel or what?
They went to a country club and rented one big house for all of us to stay in, because I'm down here, and then eventually our show hosts will trickle in. And they'll do shows from down here, so there'll be more than one of us here eventually. There'll be 2, 3, 4, 5 of us, so they just rented one big house and put us all in there.
One big house?
One big house.
And therein lies, I guess...
the issue.
Actually, I've got to tell you, now, my emails could have been wrong, but they said that you got so scared, so freaked out over whatever it was that was happening that you refused to stay in the house.
Yeah, it got to the point I left one morning at 4:15 in the morning after hearing about an hour's worth of stuff. And, it was kind of funny because I'm so skeptical and hard-headed about this kind of stuff. I still don't believe in it, I guess. I don't know. It was, I'm usually the first person to tell someone they're an idiot or on crack when they say their house is haunted. So it took a bit for me to finally get out of there.
Well, it's a long trip from they've got to be on crack to I'm out of here.
Yeah.
So what the heck happened?
All right, I flew in on a Thursday, which was the 15th. The main event, I guess you could say, it really started to hit the fan on Sunday night, but for the 4 days prior, I just noticed it was a noisy house. Some houses are noisy. Appliances are loud, or you'll hear creaks or whatever, and those are just house noises.
Yeah, I've been in houses with bad pipes, and they're creepy. They make creepy sounds.
Yeah. It was weird, though, because I'd be in the living room on the couch, and it would sound like somebody was walking in the bedroom down the hall. It sounded like there would be a second person in there. But I just wrote it off as noise and figured, whatever. You're the only one here. Just don't worry about it.
And you knew you weren't doing lines of crack or whatever?
Yeah, and I've never touched a drug in my life, and I barely drink, so.
All right, so.
So let's go through 4 days of that, and then Sunday night, technically Monday morning, 3:04 a.m., an alarm clock goes off. And I thought it was mine at first because I had to get up at 7, looked up, it wasn't 7 o'clock, and it wasn't my alarm. It was one in a bedroom down the hall, a room that I hadn't been in 3 days, and a clock that I had never touched. So I roll running down the hall, I turned this thing off, and how did this get on? And I thought somebody maybe had broke into the place. So I looked over the place, and nobody was in. The doors were still locked. I said, okay. I went back to bed, and I'm laying in there. And it's driving me nuts. How did that clock get on?
Mm-hmm.
So I start hearing noise. Sounds like footsteps.
Footsteps?
Yeah, like somebody's walking in the living room or walking through a bedroom. I'm thinking, there is somebody in this place.
So now, but still, even at that point, a logical mind would say somebody's breaking in.
Yeah.
Or had you already gone past that? You knew nobody was in. I mean, where was your head at that point?
Well, at this point, I knew I had looked over and I didn't see anybody, but not really one to assume, oh, it must be a ghost. The logical explanation to me is there's got to be somebody in here and I just didn't see him.
Sure.
So I'm listening and I'm still hearing every once in a while what sounds like people walking around. And for about 10, 15 minutes of listening to this, from laying in my bed, I could see a little night light plugged in down the hall. And it's one of those really cheap night lights that you just plug right into the wall, and there's a little bulb on it that lights up orange.
Yes.
It must be like a half a candle power, and they've been around since like 1920.
I know the ones.
Okay. So there's one out there. And all of a sudden, it just goes off like the flash bulb in a camera. It just goes off that bright. It gets dark. I'm thinking, what is that? And I figure, okay, bulb must have just been burning out. That was its last hurrah.
Right.
That's why it's dark now. But I still can't figure out why every once in a while I'm hearing footsteps. And then there's a sliding door next to the bed and leading out to the pool. And I hear this next to the sliding door. And the porch isn't closed. So I knew couldn't have been anybody in there. So I'm like, what the? Yeah,
that would have been enough for me right there. That would have been my limit.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so I hear a swish, and I had no idea what that was. I'm thinking middle of the night, maybe I'm hearing stuff, I don't know. Well, I don't know, another 10, 15 minutes goes by, and it sounds like somebody, you know what it sounds like when you put a glass of water down on a counter?
Sure.
Okay, got that sound from a bathroom down the hall. And I'm like, what? And this is now reassuring to me that somebody is in the house. Somebody has broken in, I'm convinced. And I still hear more footsteps every once in a while. Well, another 15, 20 minutes go by. The nightlight in the hall flashes up real bright again. There went my theory of the bulb had just burned out.
Oh, you mean, oh my, back to life.
Yeah, came again, real bright. And then it just died. So I'm laying there in bed, trying to justify all this. I look at the clock, and suddenly it's almost 4 a.m. No, it's past, 4 o'clock, 4:05. And I'm like, I'm talking to myself now, Schwab, you've been awake an hour in the middle of the night, listening to the noises, and for whatever reason being scared. Nobody's in here, the doors are locked, shut up and go to sleep, you gotta be up early.
Sure.
So I roll over, shut my eyes, and then had them shut for about 15 seconds, and I will go to my grave, swearing the footsteps I heard in the hallway. Heard somebody walk into the bedroom and walk right up to the bed so close to it that I could have, reached out and grabbed them. Open my eyes, there's nobody there. Throw on the light, grab an iron, because it was the only thing I could find in the bedroom that resembled a weapon. Did a once-over of the place, couldn't find a soul. At that point, I didn't know what to do, so I just figured I got to get out of here. I got dressed, threw on my contact lenses, and and basically ducked out the back door, got in the car, and left.
And went, to a motel or something?
No, I went to a payphone.
Payphone.
I got it was about 4:10, 4:15, but by the time I got out of there, called my wife, I woke her up, just like, hon, just bear with me for a minute, tell me if I'm crazy. So I relayed everything to her, and she's like, no, I would have got out of there a lot sooner than you did. Yeah, me too. So I don't know what I did. Went and got a cup of coffee, called a couple people, called my minister. Your minister? Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. He's a friend of the family. And what did he say? He said, I relayed everything to him. He's like, yep, sounds like you might have something in there. And as a Christian, you believe that they can't hurt you. They can scare you, but they can't harm you. So he told me that, and I had already knew that anyway. He basically reassured me. So that got me enough gumption to at least go back in around 7 o'clock. And you went back Well, I had to go to work.
Oh, I see.
And I had to throw on a change of clothes, and my work bag was still there. So I went in for about 5 minutes and changed and got out of there. Nothing happened when I was back. One of the other phone calls I made was to my boss.
I was going to say...
my program director.
Who is your program director?
Ray Davis.
Ray Davis. So you called Ray.
I called Ray at home, and I'm like, Ray, you know me to be a pretty sane guy. He's like, yeah. So I told him everything, and he couldn't believe it. He believed me, but he was laughing, but he believed me. He's like, you got to understand, this does sound kind of funny back from our end. I'm like, yeah, I can imagine it. So he knows this girl who is a paranormal expert, who apparently has been on our station before and done stuff with our station before. Her name was Marianne. So he called Marianne, and he said, she can find out just being on the phone with you whether or not they're in there, or if you're just crazy. I'm like, all right, great. Hopefully she'll tell me I'm crazy and I can just go on with life. And so he arranges it that at 3:10 that afternoon on our afternoon drive show, I'll be on with Mike, who was our show host, and Marianne will be on the phone too. So 3:10 rolls around. I go back to the house, not knowing what to expect. Everything was cool. Nobody, I walked in, I didn't have anything throwing stuff at me, I guess.
Yeah.
So I get on the phone, I recount my story to Mike, and everyone is listening. He thinks I'm half nuts, and then she starts to tell me what's up. She's like, well, I'll tell you this, where's the room with the twin beds? I'm like, I never told you I had twin beds. So.
Did you tell anybody?
No.
No? Okay.
No. So she's like, well, one is in there. It's a female. She's around 55. I'm like, oh, all right. Great. No, that was a male. I'm sorry. That was 55. She said, I see like some kind of a split dresser with a mirror or something. I'm like, that's in the master bedroom. She's like, well, that's where the other one is. That's a female, around the same age. I'm like, okay. At this point, I'm like officially freaked out.
And this is all on the air.
This is on the air, which, by the way, was about the only thing keeping me sane through this afternoon. So she tells me then there's something on the sink, like a bag. I said, yeah. First I said no, and then I saw the bag, and she said, all right, she has moved. She is now there. And is there something like a bookshelf or maybe an entertainment center somewhere in their room? And there was an entertainment center with a TV in it. That was behind me. And she's like, okay, he's moved. He's now there, which would put them bookending me on each side of me by about 5 feet.
So she's following them foot for foot around the house.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
So I'm like, look to my left, look to my right. I'm like, so there's one on each side of me. She said, yes. And apparently that made them aware that I was aware of them, because then the swishing sound, which she had told me earlier in the conversation, the swishing sound that I heard the night before was them moving. So the swishing sound then all of a sudden picked up. Just...
While you were on the air?
While I'm on the air. Now, I had no windows open, no air conditioning on, no doors open. And for anyone that said, and I was trying to say at first, that's just a breeze. Still trying to convince myself that nothing was going on, but breezes don't turn corners. Breezes don't go straight and hook a right.
No, that's right.
So it was picking up. Just they're flying all over the place.
Oh my God! So
I'm on the air with them, and and Mike would be talking to Marianne saying, so what are they going to do? Are they going to come after one? And I would occasionally be like, hey, they're moving again. Here's what's going on. And I was on with Mike for about an hour.
A full hour of this?
A full hour of this stuff.
Great.
I was on hold and ready to hang up during our 4 o'clock newscast, which would have been around the clock, top of the hour, it'd been an hour. And all of a sudden I hear a water faucet in the bathroom down the hall just like start to run a little bit of water.
Nobody else is in the house?
Nobody else is in the house. And then I start hearing all this splashing.
Splashing.
And I'm trying to think what the heck that is. And then it hits me. The pool is behind me.
Uh-huh.
And nobody was in the pool. The pool was enclosed. Nobody could have got into it. I didn't have a neighbor nearby with kids in a pool. All this splashing and stuff going on. I'm like, great. They're swimming.
Yeah, they're swimming.
Wonderful. So I packed up. They told me they were sending me what are called smudge sticks, which I guess is like an incense that bothers the ghosts.
Oh, to hell with that. Get out of the house.
Well, I did for now. Then I got out. My boss told me they had overnighted them to me. So I hung up left, spent the night in a hotel.
Now, wait a minute. Your boss thought you were supposed to take... He was ordering you to take the smudge sticks and go back to the house?
The next day.
So, I don't think so.
Well, I ended up doing it.
Very well.
I'm on the air with them. My wife hears me. She can tell I'm freaked out. She flies down. Spends the night with me in the hotel. Come back the next day with our smudge sticks. We, light these things up. We're going through the house, and as we're putting them in each room, we can feel the ghost or whatever
taken
blow
off.
Past me. Out of the room.
Oh, my God. Holy mackerel. So, bottom line, you rid the house of them with the smudge sticks?
You know what? I guess it, knocks them out because we put them in every room. And then I called Mary Ann back, the paranormal expert, and I said, all right, so what's going on? She's like, well, one's in the bedroom, and it's pretty well knocked out. That's her, and the guy's out in the garage, and he's not doing so well either. I'm like, all right, great.
Oh, wow.
So they were, hammered or drunk, stoned, whatever you want to call them. I don't know.
Probably pissed off.
Well, yeah, and you know what? Enjoy. So I took that opportunity to pack up all my stuff, got out of there, and haven't been back since. And I don't plan on it.
When you told your boss you weren't going back, I mean, that's it. I'm out of there.
Well, at first at first we didn't know, because fortunately the folks at the country club place were nice enough to believe us, and they just got us a new house. But at first we didn't know if that was going to be the case.
So you had to tell them this whole story and get them to believe you.
Yeah, and fortunately they believed us, and then we sent them a cassette of the hour I was on with Mike and the paranormal girl, and that might have helped convince them anyway. So they got us a new house, but it was up for a couple of days. We didn't know what we were going to do. I spent 2 nights in a hotel, and my boss was like, well, you just might have to keep using these smudge sticks every 2-3 days. We'll have somebody come in and bless the house. I'm like, no, I am not staying there.
Enough is enough, right?
Well, yeah, they also paged me. That was the other thing. When I got into the house, when I checked in that Thursday, 5 minutes after I had been there, my pager went off. 8888.
Oh.
And I didn't think anything of it. I figured somebody paged me a toll-free number, and I never got the rest of it. I called my boss, called a couple friends, nobody had paged me, and I just disregarded it and moved on. After I hung up with Mike that day on the afternoon show, when Mary Ann had said they're here, and I had heard all the swishing, I hung up, went into the bedroom to pack up an overnight bag, and I got paged again, 8888. And I had talked to her later on. I said, can they do anything with your pager? She said, yeah, they can use the phone. It's easy for them to use the 5 and the 8 button.
Oh, man.
So I'm like,
well, Mark, as somebody who is very level-headed, because you still are, and never believed in this kind of stuff, how do you feel now?
Oh, I figure there's answers to it all, and I don't know them all. And you know what? I've been alive on this earth 26 and a half years. I've had to deal with it once. Honestly, I don't care enough to try to find out all the answers. I got out of the house. Just let me get back to doing my job of watching baseball, and I'll be a happy guy.
All right. Brother, thank you very much for being here. Thank WTAM for allowing you to be here and telling your story. Good night, my friend.
Night, Art.
Good night. There you have it, folks. A non-believer. Well, he was. We'll be back. All right. That certainly is appropriate for tonight, isn't it? Let me first tell you that on my website, we have about 3 pages of brand new ghost photographs for tonight's program. You just heard the reporter in the last half hour from WTAM in Cleveland, who was a complete non-believer in this sort of thing, and it got to the point where the house he was provided down in Florida no longer was livable. Obviously, it was haunted. And non-believer that he is, he finally had enough, and he left, and he will not go back to that house, and I don't blame him. When we do Ghost to Ghost, we do serious and real ghost stories. That's why it's frightening. These aren't made up. It's not baloney. It's real. So I warn you, if you frighten easily, turn the radio off. A lot of what you're going to hear tonight is going to be frightening. Most of what you're going to hear tonight comes from all of you. Your real stories. That's exactly what makes them so frightening. I don't laugh at people who have these experiences. I don't laugh at all. Mark Schwab I'm sure got chuckled at by his friends at WTAM, but I can assure you, if it happens to you, the smile gets wiped off your face very quickly indeed. Are ghosts captured on film? Yes, they are. On digital cameras? Yes, they are. And if you'll go to my website right now, let me see, and you go to program and tonight's guest info, you will see Ghost to Ghost AM with Art Bell, and then below it you'll see recent ghost photos, 3 pages. Take a look at some of those. There's a fire photograph in there that is evil from start to finish. There's a photograph that'll just scare the you-know-what out of you. It's obviously not just the random flicker of a flame caught on film, but something truly evil caught on film, and that's one of many up there. But it's completely freaky. That's all I can tell you. Completely freaky. All right. Now, I've got somebody on the phone that sent me a fax earlier today that freaked me out because it has to do with a man that I worked with. And some of you may recall that I did a guest appearance on Dark Skies, NBC's Dark Skies. Remember that? And I played one of the Majestic 12 board members, and the actor that I was with, who was the star of the show, was J.T. Walsh, who passed away, I think now about 3 years ago. J.T. was a great guy, a great actor, and a man who helped me. I hate TV. Man, I hate television. I ward off TV like some people ward off evil. I just don't like it. I turn it down right and left. But working with JT was really fun because he was so relaxed and so natural and so intense with regard to what he was doing. And he just relaxed me, and we had a blast doing Dark Skies, an absolute blast. Now, why have I said all of this? Well, there's a reason. It's the man who sent me the fax. His name is Todd. Todd, welcome to the program.
Hi, Art.
Hi there. I know that you're coming on here tentatively and that you weren't even sure you wanted to do this, right?
Yeah, that's true, Art. The only reason I'm coming on tentatively, I guess, is because I guess I'm not worried about myself. I just wanted to thank and respect the family of JT, and his son is a good friend of mine, and so it's an intimate thing. So I was a little bit tentative, but I thought, JT was a big fan of yours and of your show and of this type of subject.
Apparently so. Now, I didn't really know that. I mean, I knew the show that JT was doing, but you put some details in the facts that surprised me. I had no idea JT was apparently into the unusual, but he wasn't he? Now, you were in JT's house. Why were you in his house?
Well, his son, as I mentioned, is a good friend of mine. And about 2 years after JT passed, myself and 2 other friends moved into the house with his son.
I met his son or I should say his son met me at the airport, believe it or not.
Right.
JT sent his son down to the airport when I came to do that episode of Dark Skies, so I met his son. Very nice fellow.
Yeah, he actually had mentioned that to me once before.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
All right, so you moved into the house with his son and then one other?
Actually, 2 other people.
2 others, all right.
And we all from time to time had a number of experiences, but I think that I probably, for some reason, had the most or kind of absorbed the brunt of the experiences. As a matter of fact, as that last guest that you just had on there, I just wanted to say that those types of stories in the house were a common type occurrence.
What kind of, like what?
Well, first of all, I want to say that I always got the sense that this spirit in the house was not a mean spirit. As a matter of fact, it was quite friendly, and just the sense that I got, and I got the sense that the spirit actually kind of liked us being there and living in the house. But, well, here's one.
Okay, well, just before you go on, you wrote, I also want to point out the study, which I guess you're going to talk about, was filled with books paralleling the topics of your show, including books on ghosts and communicating from the other side. This is in J.T. Walsh's house, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So some I still have in my possession to this day. You say including a copy of the script from the episode that I was in with him?
Dark Skies, yeah.
You're kidding.
No. As a matter of fact, Art, I learned of JT's death from your show. I was driving in my car late that night, and I was friends with John, although I didn't know JT in life. I was friends with John. I was riding home late at night listening to your show, and I learned of JT's death from your program, from your voice.
So JT obviously was considering all of this, whether there was life after death, and if there was, could one communicate from the other side? He was obviously considering all this.
Most definitely. In my opinion. So
then, at one point in here, you say you were finally living in a full-blown haunted house.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
That's accurate, yes.
Okay, when you say full-blown haunted house, what do you mean?
Well, just like that gentleman was talking about earlier, I'm talking about, common thing was hearing footsteps a lot, flickering of lights on and off, doors that would lock. We never, like, for example, the front door would lock a lot, but none of us, we were all bachelors, it was just kind of foolish, but none of us had a key to the front door, and you could only lock it from the inside. And there was a lot of times that I stayed alone in the house, and I would leave to go do this or do that, and I couldn't have possibly locked the front door myself, because then I wouldn't have been able to leave the house, because I could only lock it from the inside without a key. I would come home a lot and the front door would be locked, and I would be the only person that would be there. Every now and then you would hear like a distant kind of a whispering voice over your shoulder, and you kind of look to see, and
really?
A lot of times you really got an intense feeling of being watched, and particularly in different parts of the house. As a matter of fact, later on, as the experience began to escalate, we went through 2 different sets of cleaning ladies because they refused to clean in the house anymore because of the experiences that they were having.
You're kidding.
No.
Obviously you're not.
No, I'm not.
Is it your view that it was JT? Do you have any?
You know what? I'm not a medium, and I'm not the expert at all. Like the woman, who was on the previous interview. But if it wasn't him, I got the sense that it was. If it wasn't him, then it could have been another spirit that was maybe posing as him. His ashes were in the house. There were a lot of different things that pointed in that direction. I would work in his study a lot, and different times and I'm an aspiring filmmaker myself, and I'd be breaking down the script and coming up with creative choices. And in a weird, backhanded kind of a way, I would get this sense of inspiration, so to speak, that when I would reach a sticking point, and as these different things began to escalate, and by the way, there was a front gate, electric gate that would open and close on its own when you had to know which telephone line and what the code was for that. I mean, these things went on and on and on all the time. There were times when my girlfriend and I, who I was dating at the time, it became so obvious that we would literally leave the house for the night. It was a classic haunting.
What do you mean by a normal glass of wine would turn into a bottle or even 2? What do you mean?
Oh, that was where I was kind of leading. Eventually, my personality when I was in the house kind of began to change.
Oh?
This is kind of more difficult to talk about than I thought. I would start picking up books that I wouldn't normally pick up, watching movies I wouldn't normally watch. I started drinking a lot more in the house than I normally would. And I know JT in his past had that habit. And just lots of different things. It was almost as if I was kind of taking on his personality. And I don't know if this means anything. I'm not an expert by any means, but it was almost like there was residual life or energy from him, some kind of in the furniture and the walls and the artwork and the books and everything that almost kind of rubbed off on you. I don't know if that makes any sense, but
sure,
that was
sure it does.
That was kind of how it felt. And one night in particular,
I wonder if you're kind of an empath of some sort. That would be somebody who is able to feel what others are feeling. That imprint is on them, and they essentially start to become that and start to feel the pain, if not more, from that person or entity in this case.
I think that that's probably true. At any rate, my personality when I was in the house was kind of starting to change, and this night in particular was getting close toward the sale of the house, and which was kind of another factor. Things really kind of started to escalate, particularly with my kind of empathic experience, as you put it. And I just was going to start off by having a glass of wine, and a glass of wine led to, those big, huge bottles of wine that are almost as big as 2 or 3.
Yeah.
So I ended up drinking that whole thing by myself in the hot tub that night and breaking glass all over the house.
Now, there are people who are going to say doing that could cause delusions.
Well, that's probably true. And I would admit that, But it may be just coincidence. It may have just been an unconscious thing. But the next morning, the realtor was coming to show the house, which was obviously wasn't a very good thing. But I always kind of got the sense that whatever the spirit was didn't want us to leave and didn't want any new people to come in.
Now, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
It did kind of at the time, yeah.
Since his son was there.
That's correct.
That would make all the sense in the world. And by the way, what did his son say about? Did you talk with him about this?
We did, and there were, the other guys in the house were having pretty intense experiences as well. He had mentioned that there were other friends and family, close friends and family that he had noticed other things, and he didn't deny the fact, but he didn't quite have the intense experiences, I don't think, that we had. So I don't know if in a weird kind of a way it kind of comforted him, or I can't really speak for him, but he was aware of it, but I just don't think to the extent, that we were.
Well, J.T. Walsh was a very, very strong personality. Mm-hmm. So it would not surprise me that in death, if it were possible, and if we don't know half of what we know about the other side, and
right.
And it goes. I'm still learning, as everybody else is, but such a strong, dominant personality might indeed make an imprint of the sort that you described on somebody living in that house, particularly shortly after death. I really can see that happening.
It wouldn't surprise me at all. Although, I will say for a large part of this, even though you kind of became aware, of this was happening, you still are kind of in a sense of denial when things happen to you right in front of your face. When the door locks right in front of your face or whatever it might be, you still are in a sense of denial about it, and you don't live every moment while you're in a house like this where you're constantly thinking about it.
Sure. Which
kind of leads to my last story. This gets a little bit crazier.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Well, one of the things that would happen to me a lot, almost nightly, is my bed would shake. And there would be the fresh smell of smoke coming from the next room, which was the smoking room. And JT was a smoker and, things like that, which I don't know if that's the case or not. But
your bed would shake?
My bed would shake almost nightly.
And how hard? I mean, I remember
until I woke up.
You remember The Exorcist?
Yeah, but it was never anything like that.
But enough to wake you up.
And usually it would until I woke up. And after a while, it would actually continue to shake after I was awake. And then after a while, again, it would just start shaking even before I fell asleep. And sometimes I couldn't tell if it was the bed that was shaking or if I knew it was shaking when I woke up and my heart was pounding so hard that it was my heart that was causing it. And yet sometimes I would feel like things in the mattress and like fingers and things like that. But and I actually checked the mattress to see if there was mice in it and with my roommates and all kinds of stuff, and it was nothing. And it happened almost every night. But this one night in particular, I had fallen into a very deep sleep, and I hadn't slept very deeply lately because of the shaking bed stuff. And I had reached this very deep place in sleep, when, that point where you kind of start to reach almost a sleep paralysis?
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Of course.
Well, it was almost as if, and I don't know this for certain, but this is the impression that I got, that whatever this being or entity was waiting for me to reach that place. And the moment that I did, I could almost see that it was almost as if it was a shadow-type being, grabbed my right arm from the right side of my bed and started to pull me out of my body.
pull you out of your body.
Pull me out of my own body. Yes, that's correct. And it actually became a struggle for quite a while. It seemed like a long time, but I'm sure it was only just a few seconds. And I got the sense that this being was almost trying to get inside of me. I don't know if that's what it was, if it was just my imagination. I know it wasn't a dream. I know that for sure. And because as soon as I snapped back and kind of got right back into myself, I was awake right away. And that was by far even though things that happened physically in the house and things like that, that was by far the most dramatic experience.
All right. Well, you and I guess then have no way to know that it was J.T. Walsh, but it was his house shortly after he passed away. So that's some story, my friend. I really appreciate your telling us. I assume that house has now been sold.
Yes, it has.
And so you're not experiencing it anymore. What we can hope is that JT is at peace. I'm sure he is. He certainly deserves
I think so.
Thank you, my friend.
Have a good night.
Good night. I don't know. You decide. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Here on out tonight, the only thing we're doing is taking your ghost stories. And by that I mean the real ones. The serious ones. Not the little insignificant ones, but the serious ones. It's called Ghost to Ghost. And it's coming right up. It's nighttime. It's the time you do this sort of thing. This is Ghost to Ghost, and I turn the rest of the night over to all of you. Let us begin. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello?
Hello.
Art.
Yes.
How's it going?
Fine. Where are you?
I'm in Ellensburg.
Ellensburg, Washington.
Washington, where I felt the quake.
I was going to be the next question. Yeah, you did feel it. All right.
Well, I have several stories of the same type. I'll tell you one.
Just give me your best shot.
The most recent, I was asleep at my girlfriend's place, and I had had a bad cough, and so during the night while I was coughing, I popped a lozenge in my mouth, and I felt 4 taps on my shoulder. I was asleep with the cough drop in my mouth.
You're not supposed to do that anyway.
Right.
With a cough drop in your mouth.
All right. Well, it was the only way I could sleep.
Right.
And they were such heavy taps that I woke my girlfriend and asked her, did you have to hit me like that?
Yep.
And it just made sense that I thought it was her telling me I had a cough drop in my mouth. But it was such a serious physical touch that there could be no way that it was anything else than her.
Only it was.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was something other than her.
Oh, yes, yeah.
So?
I thought so. And those are my other stories.
So what do you think had hold of you?
I don't know. I don't know if it was ethereal or just paranormal or I don't know. I have no idea.
Maybe it's something that wanted you to go somewhere.
Or not go somewhere.
Or not go somewhere.
By, not choking or whatever, because it was in the very back of my throat when I woke up.
The lozenge?
Yes.
Well, there are some who would say it was a sleep thing, that nobody was tapping on you. But there's others who would say that it was maybe your guardian angel trying to save your life because you were about to choke to death on a throat lozenge.
Well, right. I know it seems silly, but I wouldn't have called in if I didn't think it was...
No, not silly. Not silly, sir. I appreciate your call. Thank you. Maybe, look, who's to say what the nature of the other side is? Who's to say that besides scaring the you-know-what out of you and being evil, and there certainly are evil entities, and by the way, again, go to my website. You want to see an evil entity, I'll show you one. We've got 3 pages of recent ghost photos, and there's one in there of a fire, and if that's not the most evil entity I've ever seen, anyway, you judge for yourself at www.artbell.com. We've been saving the ghost photographs, the new ones, and we've got, I think, one of the best collections of ghosts on the web. But these recent ones we've been saving for you. Keith has been sort of compiling them, And by the way, if you have a really good ghost photograph, you can send it to webmaster@artbell.com. That's webmaster@artbell.com. Even tonight, we'll get it on if it's a really, really good one. So, if you want to send one in, you're able to. Those who have done so in the last month or so are up there now, and a couple of them are really, really evil. Good morning on the wildcard line. You're on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Art Bell, sir.
Yes.
My name is Josh. I'm in Seattle, Washington.
Oh, Seattle.
And the
ground zero.
I ask is, did I feel the earthquake?
Yep, you
and
did,
I did,
obviously.
Definitely.
Where were you?
I was actually walking. I live up on the hill near White Center.
Right.
I was walking down the hill towards my bus stop, and I can see all of Seattle from there. And it was like kind of waving one way, and I was waving the other way. It was very disorientating.
Yes.
But yeah, so it was pretty weird. Yeah, I actually do have a lot of better ghost stories than this one, but I want to tell this one because I actually caught a voice on tape.
Oh.
And I'd like to try to play that for you if I can.
Oh.
Yeah. This was over a year ago on the Halloween before last.
Yes.
It wasn't on that Halloween, but it was near it. I was working at a Halloween store, and I had a friend, a couple friends actually. They were telling me about weird stuff they saw around their apartment in Seattle, near SeaTac area.
Right.
And so I had heard on your show, actually, from the GIS.
Yes, Ghost Investigators Society, yes.
About taking a tape recorder and trying that.
Yeah, and you did?
Yeah, I actually thought, maybe I'll try that. So I went and bought a brand new tape recorder from Radio Shack.
Right.
I have exactly the one I'm holding right now. And we went there, and the first question we asked was the one that I guess they suggested you should ask first, is anybody here kind of question.
Right.
And I'm sorry, I'm a little shaky right now.
No, that's all right. Just relax.
It's actually a pretty weird thing you're going to hear. If you can actually hear it, I'll try.
All right. Now, before you play it, tell me what it's going to say.
I have no idea. It does not sound like English. It sounds like Arabian or something.
All right. Now, this is let's qualify a brand new tape recorder, and I hope a brand new tape.
Yes, a very brand new tape. Bought at Radio Shack as well.
Okay. All right. Good enough. And so you asked if anybody was there, and what we're about to hear is what came back to you.
Yeah. I got to let you know that at first, when we first played it back, it just sounded kind of like a background whispering.
Yes.
But I also knew some people who had equipment to amplify it and take out the noise.
Yeah, of course.
Noise.
Yep.
Right, and so it sounds kind of wavy.
All right, that's right. Go ahead. Let's hear it.
Okay, but it's going to play it twice now, and this is exactly what we heard at the first question, and we got no responses to any other questions after this.
All right.
Okay, here it goes. Anybody in here? Anybody in here?
Oh, man.
Okay, now did you hear that?
Oh, yes, I heard that too
isn't that
clearly.
amazing?
Yes, that's amazing. Oh, my God.
I'm not going to say for sure that this is totally genuine. It did go out of my hands for a couple minutes, but as far as I can tell, this is totally genuine.
So, yes, but before you had it analyzed for noise or to try to filter out the noise, which is a common thing to do in audio, you obviously heard something on the tape or you would not have given it to somebody to analyze.
Yeah, it just sounded kind of a whisper, kind of like kind of thing.
I've got you.
But it didn't answer anything like that after any of our other questions, like what is your name or anything like that. And I actually ended up living at this place a little while later because I needed some roommates. And I did actually witness some dishes flying off of a kitchen counter. When we were talking something about tarot cards, and I said something about they're not evil, and then these dishes went flying off the counter.
Do me a favor. Next time you're in the house, instead of asking, is there anybody here, try this question. Want to take a ride?
Oh, boy. Yeah, I just might.
Yeah, and good luck to you, and thank you very much for the story and the tape, too. Oh, my goodness. Now, the young man had a tape recorder and a blank tape and caught that. Now, you tell me, what was that? What did we hear? I think we heard something from the other side. I think we heard something from an entity. Could we understand it? No. But the way it sounded, I'm not sure we would want to understand it. And I was kind of joking about asking anything further because if I got that kind of answer, I know the GIS folks do this kind of thing every day. But there's no way in the world that I would have proceeded past getting that answer. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Art.
Yes.
How you doing? Bob from Philadelphia?
Yes. Hi, Bob.
Okay, this is not a real long story, but it's a little complicated. My father was a dentist. He purchased the house to put his practice in back in the early 1940s. I was born in 41. As a child, I went to the house while it was being renovated.
Yes, sir.
And on the second floor, it's a 3-story building. On the second floor, I felt really freezing cold, unusually cold considering the rest of the building wasn't chilly in any way. Mm-hmm. And I felt that I was being watched. Well, my father said, no, you're just, being silly, so forth and so on. I didn't start to actually live in the building until the 1960s. And I was brought up to be one of these people who, did not, in fact, believe in any such thing as paranormal, ghosts, any of that kind of thing.
I understand, yes.
And the deal was that I purchased the house in 1970. I got married, and my wife and I lived in this house. Mm-hmm. Anyway, my wife had said to me, you're talking to yourself. Why are you talking to yourself? And I said, that's not me. She said, well, why, isn't it you? Who's doing the talking if it's not you? There's only 2 of us here.
Right.
And I said, turn on the water. I happened to be in the bathroom at the time, which is a pretty good-sized room. I said, turn on the water in the sink. And she turned it on. I said, can you hear these voices better? Yeah. I said, turn on the tub. And then there was an electric space heater in there. Well, anyway, we turned everything on. And the louder the background noise became, the louder the voices became until she was able to recognize that it was a man and a woman arguing. So, at any rate, we had problems with items that were missing or moved, like photos, magazines, tools. And I decided, since I was a commercial photographer, that what I would do is that I would try and see if there was any way to take a picture of whatever this was.
Oh.
I had purchased, you know what Heathkit is, right, or was?
I built more Heathkits than I can tell you.
Yes, well, I have a closet full of those myself.
That was an electronics manufacturer, folks, of ham gear, and in fact, they did audio, even television, in Benton Harbor, Michigan, I believe, right?
That's right. That's exactly right. I built a little GR104, portable TV, and I built radios. And anyway, one of the things that I had done is I had purchased a bunch of kits that all had to do with security. There was, ultrasonic detectors, with transducers. There were all kinds. There was a base unit, a phone dialer, a whole bunch of this stuff.
Sure.
And when we turned it on for the first time, of course, my wife thought that it was, something I had done that was wrong, but it wouldn't be on very long, especially at night, until, of course, the alarm went off. And it came down to the point where we shut the units off until we found out which one of the ones was going off the most. And I, of course, replaced it. And we had the same problem. And I did it 2 or 3 times. So I said, I'll bet you that whatever it is that's been, causing these noises and problems, again, second floor, 3-floor building, it was right there on the second floor. The one that faced the length way down the hall was the one that kept going off. So I said, if we can detect it, we can photograph it, because we'll be able to use something like aeroectochrome or whatever, and, strobe lights, Oh,
no, that makes all the sense in the world. You've got a way of identifying roughly where it is, so...
Oh, the exact distance.
You can set up and catch it. Yeah, I've got you.
And, at one point, I had even bought a kit from Polaroid, the Polaroid ultrasonics.
Oh, yes.
For distance measurement.
Yes.
And, at any rate, I wanted to set up a test. I wanted to see, if, what time of day was best. And, so I set this unit up and I took it down. It was above the door, mounted to the door frame. I took it down and I put it on top of one of the, drawing table benches that I had.
Right.
Which is about 3 foot tall.
Right.
Just to make sure, I put, some, plywood through the rungs, and I put some encyclopedia on top of that. And I put the wire down through the door into the rear room. The hall runs east and west. There was a rear steps coming off just behind where this was. It went north-south, and the front stairway, again, ran east and west and met the hall in the middle.
So anyway, you were setting up an entity photographic trap.
Yes, exactly what I was doing.
All right, and?
I didn't know whether I'd have to back like this, front like this, but I just wanted to know. So anyway, I waited till my wife had gone out. We had a couple of cats. I put them in the bedroom on the 3rd floor and locked them in. Well, they were 5 minutes and they were sound asleep. I turned the central processor on, which would detect a signal from the ultrasonic on the second floor, and I decided I better not move around the house, so I stayed in the third floor kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't more than 5 minutes, then the alarm went off. Well, it was awfully loud, and so I thought, well, I better, the cats are going to, die of this noise. I walked into the bedroom. I turned the central processor off, so the alarm stopped, and then that's when I heard the crash. There was crashing and banging, scared the life out of me. I thought maybe, it wasn't picking up, in fact, an entity. It was picking up a burglar.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went downstairs, armed to the teeth, with the kitchen knife is all I had. And there's all my gear down the bottom of the steps.
All your gear?
Yes, everything. The ultrasonics at the bottom, the stools at the bottom, and the wire, interestingly enough, this had a very short AC cord. It actually put the signals back through the AC lines in the house so that it didn't require any additional, wiring of the building.
Right.
The deal was that all of this was down the bottom of the rear steps. There were dents in the side of the walls on the steps and the ceiling above the steps where it had bounced and bounced and bounced on the way down.
It's like somebody threw it down.
That's exactly what had happened. That was when I decided that, probably I shouldn't risk a Nikon or a Hasselblad.
I guess not.
Yeah. Actually what it was more my wife's decision not to do.
Did you get any photographs?
No, I had. I was sort of thwarted in that regard by Linda saying, I don't think you should risk the photographic equipment, because if they could do that, they could do anything else, because this was a physical.
All right, now you said that going back to the water and the fact that you could hear some people arguing.
They were arguing over a child who apparently was sick.
All right, so you had a battling couple, apparently, a man and a woman?
Yes, it was a man and a woman, and we also had something else which apparently the cats could see, but we could not. Sometime later, just before we decided to make an end of this.
Do you know the history of the house?
The house was built in the early 1900s, around 1910 or 1911. And before my father purchased it, no, I had not checked that out. I still have not checked that out to see who owned it. But it could have been something to do with the influenza epidemic in the 20s. A child maybe died of it. And it all had to do with the second floor middle room and the hall adjacent to that. And the cats that we had, and I remember you saying not too long ago that you had experience with cats seeing things that you didn't see.
No, all the time, sure.
And when I had come back again once from doing something where I didn't want the cats to be involved, if I was painting anything, I used to put them in the bedroom. I heard one of them talking, and I thought, oh, well, they're awake, I'll let them out. And when I went in, one was sitting on a chair, one was on the floor, the other was on the bed, and they were looking. This room basically has a bay window that faces west, and faces our yard, actually, on the third floor, and they were all talking. I tried talking to them. They didn't pay any attention. So I turned one around physically. Now, of course, they never bit us and they never scratched us. So they just simply, tried to regain their original position with respect to that corner of the room.
Right.
They were looking just below the ceiling, which is very high, probably about 8 feet off the floor is where they were looking. And I couldn't see anything. So I went over and I opened up on the three windows, this be the window left. I opened the shades on the window right. I opened the curtains, and out of the corner of my eye, not my central vision,
yes,
but my peripheral vision, I could see a darkness, and it looked sort of like what you would expect a gingerbread man to look like. That is to say, no definite limbs, but yes, there were what looked like legs, arms, and a head and a torso, but no real definition. No, you could not see, a fingernail. You could not see.
Oh, brother.
And here's this thing, and I cannot hear it. I cannot see it.
All right, listen, we're way out of time here.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. I appreciate the story, and I hope all is well with you now. That's some tale.
Yes, we had that taken care of. We basically prayed it out of here.
All right, thank you, my friend.
You have a nice night.
You too. Great. I'm Art Bell. It's Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. Back from the flu. Sort of. And I say sort of because I've still got a temperature running around 100, but we've got a lot to do, so let's get down to it. A powerful earthquake, as you know by now, rocked the Northwest today, shattering windows, showering bricks into sidewalks, sending terrified crowds running into the streets of Seattle and Portland, Oregon. Despite the 6.8 magnitude, damage and injuries were relatively minor, which experts attribute to the quake's depth. About 75 people treated in hospitals in Seattle and Olympia. There was one fatality they're attributing to a heart attack. Still, the quake temporarily shut down the Seattle airport, knocked out power for hundreds of thousands of people, cracked the dome atop the state capitol in Olympia, and briefly trapped about 30 people atop the swaying Space Needle, 605 feet above the city. That must have been quite a ride for those folks. Let's get straight to it. We've got a number of people lined up to talk to you. First is Jim Birkeland. You know Jim very well indeed. He was the county geologist for Santa Clara County for 20 years. As far as I know, back then, the only official county geologist. And I want to get a word or two from Jim about what happened today. Jim Birkeland, hey, how you doing?
Howdy, Art. Well, this is pretty big news, and those that watch the website know that it was predicted by my site master, Will Fletcher.
And in what manner was it predicted, Jim?
It was the second highest tide period of the month, what I call a secondary window. I handled the primary windows, and he handles the secondary windows, which then constitute half of the time. But if you go back for the start of the year, we have had 7 major quakes, and 7 of 7 have been in a window. And chance would say, only half. And there have been 11 quakes of at least 6.6 counting today's, and 10 of the 11 have been in the window, far exceeding any chance.
Well, while the news officially here, the Associated Press, sort of seems to suggest there wasn't a lot of damage, I was watching CNN actually when the story broke, and I've watched the damage from the helicopters all day long, and the damage to me looks pretty damn bad.
They're talking $1 billion, and I could believe it.
$1 billion,
yeah. And remember, they said only a few injured. Now it's up to 250 injured and 1 death. It's a lot more facts will come out as people see them.
Why was this so damaging?
Well, because it was so big and so close to town. The only fortunate thing is that it was 30 miles deep instead of 12 miles deep like the World Series quake was.
If it had been 12 miles deep instead of 30, what would have been the difference?
Maybe 1,000 deaths.
1,000 deaths.
Yeah.
And the magnitude measured at the epicenter then?
Well, 6.8. We've heard everywhere. It started out as 6.2, 6.1. And
no. What I was asking a dummy question, and that was, if it was closer to the surface, would the magnitude measured have been greater?
No, but the intensity would be greater. That's where the popular confusion is. Intensity is what happens to people and things. And, for example, intensity 5, small objects knocked over. Intensity 7, chimneys crack and some topple. And people feel it in motor cars. They used to have the old modified Mercalli scale. But it's the energy is measured by magnitude. And so that every quake should have just one total energy. It's like how many sticks of dynamite were involved. Then for the intensity, it was how close were you to the explosion, what kind of wall was between you and the explosion, that sort of thing.
And then is the Richter scale, in a way, I'm just sitting here thinking about what you're saying, is the Richter scale really a totally reasonable way to predict how much damage there's going to be by the Richter reading?
Well, they're related, but you could have a Richter 8 out in the middle of the Pacific, far away from any islands, and if it didn't have a tsunami, well, you wouldn't have any damage.
Oh, yes, but I'm just referring to the depth now. The same given area, if the depth is different, the damage is going to be very different.
Yeah. The deeper the quake, the better it is locally. But the more widely, the greater section of the Earth feels the quake.
So then being as close to Seattle as it was, if it had been at 12 miles, they'd have been that many miles closer to the epicenter. It would have been that much worse. Oh, I'll be doggone. I just learned something.
Now, you may remember about 4 years ago, they had an 8-magnitude quake down in Bolivia. It was felt in Toronto. Felt in Texas. There never was a South American quake felt in North America before, but it was so deep, and it was like 600 miles deep.
I remember that quake.
But it didn't do any damage in Bolivia. Everybody just took a ride.
Well, there sure was a lot of damage in this one. Boy, I'll bet you the people in Seattle really are kind of on edge tonight. And if you'll pause 1 second, I've got one of those people right here. Peter Davenport, well known to most of my listeners, is where else, of course, at the National UFO Reporting Center in Seattle. Morning, Peter.
Good evening, Art.
That's right. It is evening still.
It was quite a ride this morning, and I've just learned about all I know about earthquakes from Jim's description of magnitude and intensity.
Good.
All I can tell you is that I'm glad it wasn't the magnitude and the intensity were no greater than they were this morning, because we had quite a ride up here.
Well, what kind of ride? Describe it.
Well, several things. There was an initial shock. And within a second or two, I looked at my watch. It occurred about 10:54 minutes and 40 seconds after 10
Great
o'clock.
presence of mind.
Pardon?
Great presence of mind to be able to look at your watches.
Well, I was running from the windows when that occurred. I hit the power button on my protector, the power transformer up here for my computer, and headed for the center of the building. One thing I noticed, Art, I had a tall stack of newspapers stacked against a southern wall, and they were quickly propelled to the north. But interestingly, I had a pair of snow skis perched against a northern wall, quite precariously, it turns out. They weren't disturbed at all. It quickly led me to conjecture that the shock may have come from the south of Seattle, and apparently that was the case.
Is that a reasonable assumption, Jim?
Very, very good. That's how the original seismograph by the Chinese a couple thousand years ago was devised.
Really?
They had the little lion's heads, dragon heads with a little ball, and then they would drop off in a little pot. And whichever pots would have the ball in them, they know the direction was the opposite.
There you go, Peter. Dead on.
We had a cheap one. I've actually seen those devices in Peking. They're very interesting, and I'm not sure we've improved all that much in the last 2,000 years.
Certainly not an earthquake prediction.
Yeah. Interestingly, there was a stirring sensation to this, and that's reinforced by the fact that some of the drawers in my desks, which run east and west, were also slightly ajar. And I've spent all day trying to figure out how to come up with an equivalent or an analogy to what happened, but the closest I can get is being a grain of sand in the bottom of a gold panner's gold pan as he swirls it with water. The pan going one direction, the water going another, and the grain of sand still in a third direction. It was really a very, very interesting experience. I'm sure people who have been through these know perfectly well what I'm talking about, and of course scientists understand it, I'm sure, too.
Feeling of helplessness.
Exactly.
Wow.
I found there were both physical sensations and shortly thereafter psychological or emotional reactions. It's like being propelled into a different part of space or time in a matter of a few seconds.
And you'll re-experience that over the next few days, wondering if you've just had another quake.
Yeah, I've sensed that already, Jim. At 11:34 this morning, just about 40 minutes after the original event, I was sitting on my couch watching the news, and I had the sensation of another shock, but apparently the seismology lab here at the University of Washington, not 15 or 20 minutes walk from where I'm sitting, recorded that there were no aftershocks, so I would chalk that up to a psychological reaction.
Oh, yes, that's very natural.
Your house not cracked? You got away with all this? Or
not as far as I know. I actually was moving away from the periphery of my apartment, assuming that the part closest to the center of the building would be the most durable. But that gives our listeners some idea of just how intense this was. And, you know, we really, really dodged a bullet up here this morning. The overseer to this planet chose to smile on Seattle this first day of Lent, I believe, because just 8 hours before this quake occurred, we had 50,000 or so young people in downtown Seattle engaging in all sorts of debauchery, and that was the heart of the area of the city where most of the damage occurred.
You know what, Peter, my wife said, see, they did it. They didn't quit at midnight the way they were supposed to, and now look.
So there's been a lot of reports of edgy and antagonistic people and road rage. I have on my website a number of people reported these things from the Northwest in the last week.
Yeah. That comes under the category of the emotional part of this. Listen, I'm way short on time. Peter, I want to thank you, brother.
Thank you.
I know you were right in the middle of it, and take it easy the next few days.
It was quite a ride. We got lucky this time. Thanks for the time.
Take care, Peter, and I'll tell you what, if you'll hold on just a moment, Jim, we'll get right back to you.
Okay.
All right. Stay right there. Jim Birkeland, who was a county geologist for Santa Clara County for 20 years, will remain with us through the half hour. Ghost to Ghost will happen tonight. Bear with us. Yeah, that kind of a night, huh? Good morning. This is Art Bell once again, and here is Jim Birkeland again. Jim, the interesting thing that I thought Peter hit on was the emotional aspect of this.
Oh, yeah.
You know, what it actually does to your psyche. The earth moving under your feet is the most out-of-control feeling I've ever felt. We had a 7.3 here in the desert that really rocked and rolled us, so I know exactly what it feels like.
Well, the World Series quake of 7.1 is the only quake that ever frightened me. I wasn't too sure the county building was going to withstand it. And I had those same, what do you call them, Vietnam reflashes, what do you call those things?
Flashback.
Flashback, yeah. Yeah, and they last for a long time. But there were also flashes ahead, and you mentioned when you talked to me earlier today about one you had, but here's a couple that I had. This is February 26th from Jeannie in Maltby. Just returned to the vet with Mountain Man, her dog. A clean bill of health. His depression is not related to anything physical. Now I have to clean my bird cages tonight, and I'm dreading it. All of them are cranky, and I'm not looking forward to getting bitten. I'm experiencing right ear pain as I post right now and have had strange pains on the top of my head intermittently today. I don't usually get headaches on the top of my head, and every time I think it's going to really develop into something, it goes away. I honestly have a feeling something local is brewing. And then the next day, from Georgia, Digital Dave, the biggest something just hit me that I've ever experienced. It lasted at least 60, maybe 90 seconds, and happened at 04:01 Eastern Standard Time. In all seriousness, I could barely move while it was happening. I'm sending out an alert because if it is a quake, it's a really bad one. And I got about 10 responses to that by other people.
Now, I have no idea what to attribute this predictive capability to. I don't have the slightest idea, but we are creatures like the ones that run around before earthquakes, you know, the little four-legged ones.
Electromagnetic.
Yeah, we're creatures too. That's right, coming back to that again. I've got something I want you to hear, so just take a listen to this. This was on my show, February 12th of 2001. In other words, what the hell's today? Let's see. Today is going into March 1st. And springtime approaches. So this wasn't right on the money, but this was as close as you're going to want to get. This is a caller to my show. This is why we took predictions on the air only. It was a caller to my show, 212-01. Listen to this. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hi, Art. This is Reba calling from Colville.
Hello, Reba.
And I'm calling because my prediction is something that I've seen for the last 17 years, and that is that there will be a devastating earthquake. I know it will be Seattle area, but I believe it will be the entire West Coast. And this spring, and it will be in the morning, on a bright, beautiful, sunshiny day.
Wow. Anything that would be in the Seattle area and would affect the entire West, well, I don't know how much of Seattle would be left.
I don't know either, but it's very alarming, and that's why I moved all the way to Colville.
Colville, huh?
Yep.
And you think you would escape there?
And I'm all the way up on the 3,500-foot level.
So you honestly made a decision to leave the Seattle area because you were worried about an earthquake?
I saw it vividly. I saw what happened to my mobile home. What
did happen to it?
It was destroyed. It was destroyed. And
far more mobile pieces.
There wasn't. It was flat. I mean, it went down a hill and it was flat. And the funny thing was that when they disconnected my mobile home from the foundation,
yes,
that very night there was a 5-point quake in Auburn. and my mobile home slid back and forth on the bricks, the bricks that are underneath it support.
Yes.
It scared the living daylights out of us so bad we didn't spend the night in the house. But no, that is what I saw. And I've seen it over and over. And every time I see it, every year that goes by, it's like I'm closer to the leaves on the alder trees. And it's like I couldn't be any closer now than if I became the leaf. So, and I do believe that it's possible that Popo is involved in this. All I know is that, we will feel it all the way over here.
Well, that might be enough for me.
So
I think I'd probably
it was serious
myself.
Yeah, it was serious enough that I moved here 5 years ago, and I couldn't get out fast enough. And I made sure that I was up at the 3,500 foot level when I moved.
And you now believe it to be very close.
Oh yes.
Well, I'm sure all the people listening in Seattle are real happy to hear this.
Well, I should think to be forewarned is to be forearmed.
It is. But I mean, if you have, a house you've paid a lot of money for and have a big mortgage on and a job and the kids are in school and you're really involved in your community, it's not necessarily something you want to hear, but fair enough.
Oh, I believe that the kids will be out of school by the time this happens, or at least I hope so. I do hope so. And I hope people take it serious.
All right.
I do.
Sleepless, I'm sure, in Seattle. Thank you. All right. There it was. How do you account for predictions like that?
20 years ago, I would have said, that's just coincidence. But I have become a believer. There are such things as psychic people. I've seen a number of these psychic predictions come true. And that was so close.
I know.
Yeah. Just like these, on my website there, syzygyjob.com, people can see what people have been saying. So they're all the past messages are there. And the birds were going crazy, and
nobody's ever going to remember syzygy.com. So we're getting a link up. If you would please, Keith, get a link up.
Let's just tell you what happened. The last time there was a quake almost as strong. I mean, it was stronger than this. You have to go back to 1949 on April 13th. The day after the eclipse of the moon and the day after the closest approach of the moon for the month, there was a very good seismic window. This earthquake caused heavy damage over a wide area in Washington and Oregon. 8 persons were killed, many were injured. Total damage was estimated about $25 million in 1949 dollars. At Olympia, nearly all large buildings were damaged and water and gas mains were broken. A half-mile section of a 300-foot cliff toppled into Puget Sound near Tacoma. Many towns reported toppled chimneys, cracked walls, and fallen plaster. Felt area extended eastward to western Montana and southward to Cape Blanco, Oregon, magnitude 7.1. Now, I understood this one was felt in Salt Lake City, which really is a long ways away. But that's how deep it was, yeah.
Jim, what is ahead? Is there anything else major that we should be watching out for anytime soon?
This is a bad year. Having 7 magnitude 7s already, and in 1989 when we had the World Series quake, we only had 6 major quakes all year. And here's 2 months and we've had 7.
But again, immediately ahead, Jim.
Yes. March 7th through 14th is the next really good window. And what I call a seismic window. And again, I'm just getting out my newsletter tomorrow. It'll be in the mail. And I'm calling for another 3 to a 5.5 in the Seattle area.
Seattle, gee.
Yeah. But after this, I wrote this up before the main shock. And so you're bound to have aftershocks, even though they're quite correct in saying with these deeper earthquakes you get fewer aftershocks. That's because down there there's a lot less water and the pressure's so great. It usually doesn't give you smaller quakes. It waits until it gets enough energy to give you a big quake.
Asking you why we're having so many quakes, in fact, they're all around me. I don't know if you've been watching the maps, but they're all around. Oh, man. So asking you why we're suddenly having so many, probably not a productive question, huh?
Well, yes. We're at a solar max. That's one thing. And if you took the greatest solar flares in the last 30 years, tied for 4th place, were 2 in 1984 and in 1989, and both were within 2 days of the strongest two quakes in the Bay Area since 1911.
All right, hold on to something strong, folks. How do people get your newsletter?
Well, they can send me a sample. I'll send them a sample copy. If they send me a business-sized envelope with a couple of dollars in it, and I'll mail them a recent copy of Syzygy. They must mail it to P.O. Box 1926, Glen Ellen, just like the wine, 2 words, Glen, capital ELLEN, California, 95442.
442. Do it again real fast.
P.O. Box 1926, Glen Ellen, Cal, 95442.
All right. Jim, thank you so much for coming.
My pleasure, Art. Sure great to have you back.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Good night, Jim.
Night.
That's Jim Birkland, who was the county geologist, the official one for Santa Clara County for 20 years. And I don't know what to tell you up there in Seattle. Hang on, folks. I'm Art Bell, and from the high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM. Dark nights just like these, huh? My affiliate in Cleveland, Ohio, is one of the nation's great old, gigantic clear channel radio stations, WTAM 1100 in Cleveland. For that same radio station, there is a reporter. Mark Schwab is his name. That's SCHWAB. He's a sports news and sports reporter. And I began getting faxes, emails and faxes a couple of weeks ago, maybe not that long ago, and as we were contemplating the Ghost to Ghost program, people would write and say, did you know that there was a major incident with a sports reporter for WTAM? And I kept getting them, and finally, of course, I decided to call WTAM in Cleveland and find out what was going on, and here's the guy who can tell us, Mark Schwab. Mark, welcome.
Top of the very early morning to you, Art, from Central Florida.
To you as well. WTAM had sent you to Florida to do what?
Cover the Indians. Spring training with the flagship home of the tribe, and the Indians happen to be my beat. So when spring training rolls around, I pack up, head to Winter Haven, Florida, where they practice and get ready for the season, and stay there until the season starts. Oh, well, so then you're the guy who kind of looks them over and gives Cleveland a preview of what their team might or might not do. Exactly.
How do they look, by the way?
On paper, they're excellent. On paper, they're excellent. They lost some guys. They brought some new guys in, and now, it's whether or not the new faces blend with the old, the team chemistry clicks, and a few questions in the pitching staff get ironed out. But there's so many question marks that a few of the ifs are bound to pan out, so they should be all right this year.
All right. So how long then? You stay there a total of how long?
I flew in on February 15th. I go home March 30th.
What did you do? Rent an apartment or stay in a hotel or what?
They went to a country club and rented one big house for all of us to stay in, because I'm down here, and then eventually our show hosts will trickle in, and they'll do shows from down here, so there'll be more than one of us here eventually. There'll be 2, 3, 4, 5 of us, so they just rented one big house and put us all in there.
One big house?
One big house.
And therein lies, I guess,
the issue.
Actually, I've got to tell you now, my emails could have been wrong, but they said that you got so scared, so freaked out over whatever it was that was happening that you refused to stay in the house.
Yeah, it got to the point I left one morning at 4:15 in the morning after hearing about an hour's worth of stuff. And, it was kind of funny because I'm so skeptical and hard-headed about this kind of stuff. I still don't believe in it. I guess I don't know. It was. I'm usually the first person to tell someone they're an idiot or on crack when they say their house is haunted. So it took a bit for me to finally get out of there.
Well, it's a long trip from they've got to be on crack to I'm out of here.
Yeah.
So what the heck happened?
All right. I flew in on a Thursday, which was the 15th. The main event, I guess you could say, it really started to hit the fan on Sunday night. But for the 4 days prior, I just noticed it was a noisy house. Some houses are noisy. Appliances are loud, or you'll hear creaks or whatever, and those are just house noises.
Yeah, I've been in houses with bad pipes, and they're creepy. They make creepy sounds.
Yeah. It was weird, though, because I'd be in the living room on the couch, and it would sound like somebody was walking in the bedroom down the hall. It sounded like there would be a second person in there. But I just wrote it off as noise and figured, whatever. You're the only one here. Just don't worry about it.
And you knew you weren't doing lines of crack or whatever?
Yeah, and I've never touched a drug in my life, and I barely drink, so.
All right, so
let's go through 4 days of that, and then Sunday night, technically Monday morning, 3:04 a.m., an alarm clock goes off. And I thought it was mine at first because I had to get up at 7, looked up, it wasn't 7 o'clock, and it wasn't my alarm. It was one in a bedroom down the hall, a room that I hadn't been in 3 days, and a clock that I had never touched. So I running down the hall, I turned this thing off, and how did this get on? And I thought somebody maybe had broke into the place. So I looked over the place, and nobody was in. The doors were still locked. I said, okay. I went back to bed, and I'm laying in there. And it's driving me nuts. How did that clock get on? So I start hearing noise. Sounds like footsteps. Yeah, like somebody's walking in the living room or walking through a bedroom. I'm thinking, there is somebody in this place.
So now, but still, even at that point, a logical mind would say somebody's breaking in.
Yeah.
Or had you already gone past that, you knew nobody was in? I mean, where was your head at that?
At this point, I knew I had looked over and I didn't see anybody, but not really one to assume, it must be a ghost. The logical explanation to me is there's got to be somebody in here and I just didn't see him.
Sure.
So I'm listening and I'm still hearing every once in a while what sounds like people walking around. And for about 10, 15 minutes of listening to this, from laying in my bed, I could see a little night light plugged in down the hall. And it's one of those really cheap night lights that just plug right into the wall, and there's a little bulb on it that lights up orange.
Yes.
It must be like a half a candle power, and they've been around since like 1920.
I know the ones.
Okay. So there's one out there. And all of a sudden, it just goes off like the flash bulb on a camera. It just goes off that bright. It gets dark. I'm thinking, what is that? And I figure, okay, bulb must have just been burning out. That was its last hurrah.
Right.
That's why it's dark now. But I still can't figure out why every once in a while I'm hearing footsteps. And then there's a sliding door next to the bed and leading out to the pool. And I hear this next to the sliding door. And the porch isn't closed. So I knew it couldn't have been anybody in there. So I'm like, what the?
Well, that would have been enough for me right there. That would have been my limit.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so I hear a swish, and I had no idea what that was. I'm thinking middle of the night, maybe I'm hearing stuff. I don't know. Well, I don't know. Another 10, 15 minutes goes by, and it sounds like somebody, you know what it sounds like when you put a glass of water down on a counter?
Sure.
Okay, got that sound from a bathroom down the hall. And I'm like, what? And this is now reassuring to me that somebody is in the house. Somebody has broken in, I'm convinced. And I still hear more footsteps every once in a while. Well, another 15, 20 minutes go by. The night light in the hall flashes up real bright again. There went my theory of the bulb that just burned out.
Oh, you mean, oh my, back to life.
Yeah, came again, real bright. And then it just died. So I'm laying there in bed, trying to justify all this. I look at the clock, and suddenly it's almost 4 a.m. No, it's past, 4 o'clock, 4:05. And I'm like, I'm talking to myself now, Schwab, you've been awake an hour in the middle of the night, listening to the noises, and for whatever reason being scared. Nobody's in here, the doors are locked, shut up and go to sleep, you gotta be up early.
Sure.
So I roll over, shut my eyes, and then had them shut for about 15 seconds, and I will go to my grave, swearing the footsteps I heard in the hallway, heard somebody walk into the bedroom and walk right up to the bed so close to it that I could have, reached out and grabbed them. Open my eyes, there's nobody there. Throw on the light, grab an iron, because it was the only thing I could find in the bedroom that resembled a weapon. Did a once-over of the place, couldn't find a soul. At that point, I didn't know what to do, so I just figured I got to get out of here. I got dressed, threw on my contact lenses, and and basically ducked out the back door, got in the car, and left.
And went, what, to a motel or something?
No, I went to a payphone.
Payphone.
I got it was about 4:10, 4:15, but the time I got out of there, called my wife, I woke her up, just like, hon, just bear with me for a minute, tell me if I'm crazy. So I relayed everything to her, and she's like, no, I would have got out of there a lot sooner than you did.
Yeah, me too.
So I don't know what I did. Went and got a cup of coffee, called a couple people, called my minister.
Your minister?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
He's a friend of the family.
And what did he say?
He said, I relayed everything to him. He's like, yep, sounds like you might have something in there. And as a Christian, you believe that they can't hurt you. They can scare you, but they can't harm you. So he told me that, and I had already knew that anyway. He basically reassured me. So that gave me enough gumption to at least go back in around 7 o'clock. And
you went back?
Well, I had to go to work.
Oh, I see.
And I had to throw on a change of clothes, and my work bag was still there. So I went in for about 5 minutes and changed and got out of there. Nothing happened when I was back. One of the other phone calls I made was to my boss.
I was going to say...
my program director.
Who is your program director?
Ray Davis.
Ray Davis. So you called Ray.
I called Ray at home, and I'm like, Ray, you know me to be a pretty sane guy. He's like, yeah. So I told him everything, and he couldn't believe it. He believed me, but he was laughing, but he believed me. He's like, you got to understand, this does sound kind of funny back from our end. I'm like, yeah, I can imagine. So he knows this girl who is a paranormal expert, who apparently has been on our station before and done stuff with our station before. Her name was Marianne. So he called Marianne, and he said, she can find out just being on the phone with you whether or not they're in there, or if you're just crazy. I'm like, all right, great. Hopefully she'll tell me I'm crazy and I can just go on with life. And so he arranges it that at 3:10 that afternoon on our afternoon drive show, I'll be on with Mike, who was our show host, and Marianne will be on the phone too. So 3:10 rolls around. I go back to the house, not knowing what to expect. Everything was cool. Nobody. I walked in. I didn't have anything throwing stuff at me, I guess.
Yeah.
So I get on the phone. I recount my story to Mike and everyone who's listening. He thinks I'm half nuts, and then she starts to tell me what's up. She's like, well, I'll tell you this. Where's the room with the twin beds? I'm like, I never told you I had twin beds. So.
Did you tell anybody?
No.
No? Okay.
No. So she's like, well, one is in there. It's a female. She's around 55. I'm like, oh, all right. Great. No, that was a male. I'm sorry. That was 55. She said, I see like some kind of a split dresser with a mirror or something. I'm like, that's in the master bedroom. She's like, well, that's where the other one is. That's a female, around the same age. I'm like, okay. At this point, I'm like officially freaked out.
And this is all on the air.
This is on the air, which, by the way, was about the only thing keeping me sane through this afternoon. So she tells me then, is there something on the sink like a bag? I said, yeah. First I said no, and then I saw the bag, and she said, all right, she has moved. She is now there. And is there something like a bookshelf or maybe an entertainment center somewhere in their room? And there was an entertainment center with a TV in it, and that was behind me. And she's like, okay, he's moved. He's now there, which would put them bookending me on each side of me by about 5 feet.
So she's following them foot for foot around the house?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
So I'm like, look to my left, look to my right. I'm like, so there's one on each side of me. She said, yes. And apparently that made them aware that I was aware of them, because then the swishing sound, which she had told me earlier in the conversation, the swishing sound that I heard the night before was them moving. So the swishing sound then all of a sudden picked up. Just
while you were on the air?
While I'm on the air. Now, I had no windows open, no air conditioning on, no doors open. And for anyone that said, and I was trying to say at first, that's just a breeze. I'm still trying to convince myself that nothing was going on, but breezes don't turn corners. Breezes don't go straight and hook a right.
No, that's right.
So it was picking up. Just they're flying all over the place.
Oh my God! So
I'm on the air with them, and I'm kind of, and Mike would be talking to Marianne saying, so what are they going to do? Are they going to come after one? And I would occasionally be like, hey, they're moving again. Here's what's going on. And I was on with Mike for about an hour.
A full hour of this.
A full hour of this stuff.
Great.
I was on hold and ready to hang up during our 4 o'clock newscast, which would have been around the clock, top of the hour, been an hour. And all of a sudden I hear a water faucet in the bathroom down the hall just like start to run a little bit of water.
Nobody else is in the house?
Nobody else is in the house. And then I start hearing all this splashing.
Splashing?
Now I'm trying to think what the heck that is. And then it hits me. The pool is behind me. And nobody was in the pool. The pool was enclosed. Nobody could have got into it. I didn't have a neighbor nearby with kids in a pool. All this splashing and stuff going on. I'm like, great. They're swimming.
Yeah, they're swimming.
Wonderful. So I packed up. They told me they were sending me what are called smudge sticks, which I guess is like an incense that bothers the ghost.
Oh, to hell with that. Get out of the house.
Well, I did for now. For then, I got out. They told me, my boss told me they had overnighted them to me. So I hung up, left, spent the night in a hotel.
Wait a minute. Your boss thought you were supposed to take, he was ordering you to take the smudge sticks and go back to the house?
The next day.
So, I don't think so.
Well, I ended up doing it.
Very well.
I'm on the air with them. My wife hears me. She can tell I'm freaked out. She flies down, spends the night with me in the hotel, come back the next day with our smudge sticks. We light these things up. We're going through the house, and as we're putting them in each room, we can feel the ghost or whatever blow past me, out of the room.
Oh my God! Holy mackerel! So, bottom line, you rid the house of them with the smudge sticks?
You know what? I guess it knocks them out because we put them in every room. And then I called Mary Ann back, the paranormal expert, and I said, all right, so what's going on? She's like, well, one's in the bedroom, and it's pretty well knocked out. That's her. And the guy's out in the garage, and he's not doing so well either. I'm like, all right, great. So they were hammered or drunk, stoned, whatever you want to call them. I don't know.
Probably pissed off.
Well, yeah, and you know what? Enjoy. So I took that opportunity to pack up all my stuff, got out of there, and haven't been back since. And I don't plan on it.
When you told your boss you weren't going back, I mean, that's it. I'm out of there.
Well, at first at first we didn't know because fortunately the folks at the country club place were nice enough to believe us, and they just got us a new house. But at first we didn't know if that was going to be the case.
So you had to tell them this whole story and get them to believe you.
Yeah, and fortunately they believed us, and then we sent them a cassette of the hour I was on with Mike and the paranormal girl, and that might have helped to convince them anyway. So they got us a new house, but it was up for a couple of days. We didn't know what we were going to do. I spent 2 nights in a hotel, and my boss was like, well, you just might have to keep using these smudge sticks every 2-3 days. We'll have somebody come in and bless the house. I'm like, no, I am not staying there.
Enough is enough, right?
Well, yeah, it was. They also paged me. That was the other thing. When I got into the house, when I checked in that Thursday, 5 minutes after I had been there, my pager went off. 8888. And I didn't think anything of it. I figured somebody paged me a toll-free number, and I never got the rest of it. I called my boss, called a couple friends, nobody had paged me, and I just disregarded it and moved on. After I hung up with Mike that day on the afternoon show, when Mary Ann had said they're here, and I had heard all the swishing, I hung up, went into the bedroom to pack up an overnight bag, and I got paged again, 8888. And I had talked to her later on. I said, can they do anything with your pager? She said, yeah, they can use the phone. It's easy for them to use the 5 and the 8 button. So I'm like, well, Mark,
as somebody who is very level-headed, because you still are, and never believed in this kind of stuff, how do you feel now?
Oh, I figure there's answers to it all, and I don't know them all. And you know what? I've been alive on this earth 26.5 years. I've had to deal with it once. Honestly, I don't care enough to try to find out all the answers. I got out of the house. Just let me get back to doing my job of watching baseball, and I'll be a happy guy.
All right. Brother, thank you very much for being here. Thank WTAM for allowing you to be here and telling your story. Good night, my friend.
Night, Art.
Good night. There you have it, folks. A non-believer. Well, he was. We'll be back. There are those who say the veil between that side and this side is breaking down. I would tend to agree with those people. As you listen to the stories tonight, the contemporary stories, the ones that have literally happened in the last few days, in the last year or so, the frequency of these stories, the intensity of these stories, to me, kind of says something is changing. Has that occurred to any of you out there? Something is changing. Maybe the veil between here and there is beginning to slip away or change. I really don't know. I just listen. Remember, I'm doing this show tonight with a temperature of 100.5, so the flu is still with me, and it may have my thinking off kilter a little bit, and I may say things I ought not say, but is it not said that in the last days, the final days, the dead will rise? Is it not possible that in the days leading up to the end, the veil, and I call it that just because that's all I can think to call it, will begin to collapse? And I'm not suggesting these are the final days, but I guess I am suggesting there's a lot going on right now with regard to entities, ghosts, whatever you want to call them. An awful lot beginning to happen. You've got to wonder if it might not be the warm-up. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello?
Oh, hi, I'm sorry. This is Melissa from Van Nuys, California.
Hello, Melissa.
I have a little ghost story, I guess, to tell you. I went to a friend of a friend's home in December for a little arts and crafts meeting with about 5 women.
Right.
I've never been in the house. I pull up, and it's a beautiful, very large house built in the early 20s. Mm-hmm. I walk in, and it's kind of got an interesting feeling about it, just as old houses do, but I don't think anything about that. All of the other women go to the library to sit, and I go to the kitchen to get a drink. And the kitchen is in 3 parts, kind of a U shape. You have to go through the pantry, the kitchen, and to another third room to the refrigerator.
Gotcha.
I get a drink, and as I'm walking back, I walk through a game room that has basically the only thing in it is a pool table. And as I'm walking past the pool table, a multicolored ball rolls past my feet really quickly. And it's like a baseball-sized rubber ball, like a kid's ball. And when I had walked in the door, I'd noticed that the family had 2 cats. And I, of course, think it's one of the cats batting the ball at me.
Sure.
So I looked to the corner to see which little kitty had batted the ball, and the cats aren't there. And immediately what flashes through my mind is, okay, the ball went really fast, the floor's not uneven, something else did it, and I don't know what.
Right.
So I look to the library, which is about 500 feet away, and there are glass French doors where all the other women are, so to see if there's something going on, and the 2 cats are in there. So the cats could not have batted the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, it was really fast, and it rolled right past my feet and then stopped. I kind of get the hair on my arm stands up. I walk to this stranger's library and say, "Excuse me," to the lady who owns the house. "You don't have ghosts, do you? Ha, ha, ha." And she said, the smile falls from her face, and she said, "What did they do now?" And I'm like, oh, this has happened before. And she said, "What did they do?" And I said, "Well, a large ball rolled in front of my feet really quickly and stopped." And she said, "Yeah, well, they're kind of pranksters." And then she goes on to explain that her daughter, they had only lived in the house a few years. Her daughter had some sort of a incident in the basement where the ghost had tripped her, and she'd sprained her ankle. And she'd finally gone into the history of the house because she didn't know what was going on. And it turns out they're the 3rd family to own the house. The house was built in 1927. The original owners of the house had a very hard life, very hard time, lost a daughter to a very difficult circumstance, and the woman, who they feel is the person occupying the house still, was very sad, and so she started to tell me a bit about her, and she said her name was Mary Wells Brown, and she said, "Oh, I have a picture of her." And I said, "Oh, I'd love to see it," which I think is probably going to be a small snapshot. She said, "I found a picture of her in the attic, and I've decided to honor her. I had this picture of her so she doesn't feel like I'm occupying her house and not honoring her." And I said, "I'd love to see it." She touches a panel on the parquet wall, and the wall moves.
Really?
Yeah, revealing a hidden back room that is basically a shrine to this woman. There's a sepia-toned picture on the wall that's probably 2 by 3 feet with a carved wood frame hanging really far up above a fireplace. And I try to walk in the room, and I can't.
What do you mean you can't?
It's very cold to begin with. Which it was December, so it could have been, except that this is California. But anyway, the room was amazingly cold. I put 1 foot in to get closer to the picture of the woman, and I feel like I'm trapped in molasses.
Good Lord.
And I'm like, I can't move. And the woman goes, you know what? That happens. I understand. So I literally back out of the room. I can't even, I'm not even in control of myself enough to turn around and move. I can only back my foot out of the room to get back into the library again because I can't go in that room. I've never had an experience like that. I couldn't explain it.
Before this occurred to you, had you ever had an experience like this?
Never.
Had you been a believer in ghosts or spirits or life after death, or are you religious? What's your background?
Well, I am religious. I have a spirituality. Yes, I was raised Southern Baptist. I'm from Kentucky. Originally, I've lived in Los Angeles for 8 years, but I wanted to believe, sure. I mean, my mother passed away 9 years ago, and I'm an only child, and before she died, I was like, all right, look, you really have to come back. Death is not going to separate us. And I have not heard from her, so I'm a little pissed. But I'd wanted to believe, definitely. I've never had an experience like that in my life. Never.
And you're sure of what happened to you?
Absolutely.
Now, obviously, the woman in this house had encountered this whatever ghost so many times, she decided to build this shrine?
Well, when I say shrine, I suppose I'm being overly dramatic.
Well, no, if you push a button and the wall changes and a picture comes out, that's a kind of a shrine. She had to go to a lot of trouble to do that.
No, I think the wall, that sort of secret room was always there. I think she made that Mary Wells Brown's secret room. I mean, she hung the picture there, as it's like, all right, I'm giving her her own space so that she doesn't get honked off that we're here.
Well, that's going a pretty long way, isn't it?
Well, maybe.
Oh, my. All right, I really thank you for the story.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you take care. To the point that she physically could not enter the room. It would be sure fun to get the story from the lady who showed her the secret passageway, the secret room with the portrait of the woman. First time caller line, you're on the air on Ghost to Ghost AM. Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
Hi there.
How you doing? I'm calling from Akron, Ohio.
Akron, yes, sir.
I got a story about I went to school in a small town in Xenia, Ohio, and in 1974 they had a tornado there. And then on this campus of the school, they had what they call an armory. I'm sure you know what an armory is. You were in the military, am I correct?
Yes, of course I know.
At night, the kids at the school would say that this armory was haunted, and I never believed it. And they used to roller skate inside this armory all the time in the early 50s and 60s, and I went there from between 84 and 87. And one night I was walking up to, we have our hospital on campus, and going past this armory, you could hear roller skating in this armory at night.
Roller skating in an armory.
And to find out, back in 1974, they put all the people that from the town of Xenia when they had a tornado, and they had an F5 tornado.
Oh my God! And they put them in the armory.
Right, and none of the kids would go near this armory at night because it was spooked. They said it was haunted. And I've heard it from different people from the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s.
Was the armory hit by the tornado?
No. They just think this armory's haunted. People,
Yes, but obviously it was haunted by the children. The only time there would have been children there was, as you suggested, when they were there as a shelter.
Right.
So that brings up the specter of hauntings by the living, or the fact that some living person was there. This might not be a person who's yet passed away, and yet the echo of those people remains. It's kind of weird.
And you could plainly hear, it sounds just like someone roller skating.
No, I've got you. No, I understand. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's the other thing that I think I wanted to really bring up tonight, and that is, lately we've been hearing stories, apparent hauntings, from people who are still alive. Now, what does that say? Does that say that our spirits are one in life and in death, and that we're capable of having that spirit remain in a certain place, doing a certain thing, even though we still live as when we die? I don't know. It's fascinating. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi. Hello? Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yes?
Yes, how you doing tonight?
I'm fine. Where are you?
Yeah, this is Dean in Tampa, Florida.
Hi, Dean.
Yeah, the last time we spoke, actually, for Ghost to Ghost, I had mentioned a story about a young lady named Clarity.
Oh, I remember the Clarity story, yes.
Yes, sir. I don't know if you want me to update the newer listeners, or it was quite a story, but I actually had an experience last year after telling that story that kind of connects the two.
All right. I don't know whether you ought to, if there's a way you can rush through the Clarity story.
Oh, trust me, I'll make it brief, sir.
All right, go.
Basically, about 14 years ago, moved down to Denton. I moved down to Grapevine, Texas. Went to a party with a friend of mine. Met a very nice young lady by the name of Clarity. I'd always taken the same route back home to Grapevine, but for some reason that night, when I took her home, who supposedly she lived pretty close to where I lived in Grapevine, I wound up getting lost and wound up driving actually north to Oklahoma. So on the way there, we took a right turn and wound up in Denton, Texas that night. And she suddenly told me that she used to live there, and she told me, she kind of directed me around inside Denton, Texas, and we wound up in an apartment building. And I thought, she said she had some friends there, so I thought we were going to get a telephone or something like that, try to find some directions home. Mm-hmm. Well, suddenly we get out of the car, and there's a big hill on the left-hand side there. And she goes, let's go over the hill. I want to show you something. And I said, okay, I'm kind of curious. About 3 a.m. in the morning, really pretty girl, so I'm pretty much up for anything right now.
Yeah, you're thinking, I'm going to get lucky.
Exactly, sir.
I gotcha.
Yeah, it was tricks of lights and shadows, so I figured no problem. So we went over the hill, and suddenly I'm looking at a graveyard, and I've never been one to be doing the graveyard for fun type thing, but I'm kind of up for anything at this point.
Still, you're thinking she's really a fox. Let's see.
Exactly. Yeah. At this point, I'm pretty much signing my truck over, so I'm like, no problem. So we're walking in, and there's a really huge stone gate, and on the right-hand side, it was it almost looked like it had been hit by a tornado or something like that, but it was just demolished. Well, I didn't really say much about it because she kind of wandered in, and we were looking around, and suddenly I'm standing there, and it's an extremely dead still Texas night. And there's a full moon out, and I love full moons, Art, and I'm looking up at the full moon, and she's standing behind me, and suddenly to the left of me I see 7 white birds, and they're all connected by the wing, and they're just floating up towards the moon, and I'm like I'm watching this thinking, this is totally beautiful, I'm just, I'm in awe. And suddenly from behind me, she starts speaking about Bible prophecy and about the 7 birds that will return her home. And as I'm looking up at the moon, and I'm looking at the birds, and I'm listening to her talk about the prophecy of the 7 birds and the returning home. Mm-hmm. As the word home trails off, sir, I look around and suddenly she's gone. And at this point, I was
going to say probably at that point you were thinking, not so lucky.
No, definitely. Sobriety had now entered me 100%. I'm fully,
I've got let me get this moment again. She began talking as the 7 birds were flying. It was beautiful, full moon. She started talking about Bible prophecy.
Yes,
right?
Sir.
And the next second?
As the word home, as she's saying return home, trails off, I look around and I turn exactly to where she was standing. She is completely gone. I do a hard target search of the place because I'm still a gentleman. I'm not going to bail on her. But yet I'm looking hard, I'm looking low, and I'm thinking, well, maybe she just went, returned home, or maybe went to a friend's house. Well, as I find out later, she truly did return home. Because about 2 years later, I come back to the same place in Denton, Texas, and I go up to a Texaco just right down the corner. And I'm talking to the guy at the counter, and I'm saying, boy, I had kind of a strange experience back then. And he goes to relate the story about this girl who, I guess a couple of her friends got into their dad's pickup truck, drove over the hill, wound up crashing into that very stone gate that I saw earlier before that was destroyed, and wound up getting killed on her prom night. And I'm thinking to myself, truly she had returned home. Well, here's the kicker, Art. I told you the story about a year ago at the same time.
That's right.
Well, there was a tremendous Texas storm at this time. I'm in Grapevine, Texas. I put the phone down. The moment, sir, I put the phone down, I look up. Across the street, I have a clear view of a transformer. A bolt of lightning hits the transformer, blows the transformer into it looked like the movie The Natural. Suddenly, boom, the lights go out. As I lay down the phone, I look across, and all you see is the moon. The moonlight goes inside the window. I look up, and I see 5 people standing inside my room. But yet, it looks like 3 women and 2 small children, and they're not there, but they're there. And it's like one of those adages. I've always felt that we're all surrounded by, several different people in some sense, either from our past or present. Mm-hmm. And at that point, when I put that phone down, the bolt of lightning, the moonlight, boom, I look up, and I wasn't shocked. It seemed like I almost accepted the fact that I'm an only child, but I never felt alone all my life.
Wow. Now that all this has happened, obviously you're a believer in what?
Well, all my life, sir, I believe we've all been connected by one way or another, and I think what it goes to show you is that we're just not here to be, put in a box and put away. I think we connect from our past and our present, and if we truly do connect, I think we'll definitely get more clarity for the future.
Clarity. I appreciate the call, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I agree with that man. Don't you? Are we all here just to trot around in this mindless maze that's life on Earth and then get put in a box or get reduced to ashes? And that's all there is? I don't think so. I think the stories that you're hearing prove it. Not singly, not any one of them, but the evidence is absolutely cumulative. We are not just biological entities. We are more than that. And that's what you're hearing. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning. Where are you?
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Tulsa. Good.
Yeah.
Glad to have you.
Yeah, glad to be here. Hope you and your wife feel better.
Thank you.
My job takes me around the country, all over the country. My wife and I have lived here in Tulsa for the last year.
Right.
My immediate family lives in Montana. My mom, my brother and sister, nieces and nephews. For 2 weeks in November, I was in Oklahoma City. It was the day after the election. I stayed up all night watching the election returns. So the next night I was tired, so I went go to bed early, about 8:30.
Sure.
About 4 hours later, I'm awakened by someone in my hotel room. The room is completely black. I know there's a female figure in the room next to my bed. It's walking or by my bed. I know the presence is there. As I'm trying to figure out why that person is in there, I was thinking maybe it was the maid or something. Maybe I had been dreaming or waking up early and the maid was in the room.
It wasn't Al Gore saying, Florida's mine, Florida's mine, right?
I don't think it was.
All right.
Didn't appear that way. But as I'm trying to, as I see this figure, I turn around and look, and this face appears comes toward me. It's a female face.
A face.
Comes toward me. Doesn't say anything, or at least I'm not hearing anything.
Yes.
And it comes toward me and then fades back.
Can you make out any detail?
Well, not at that time, but I relate the story to the guys I worked with the next day. And I'm saying, well, maybe it was my sister, or I thought, well, maybe the room's haunted or something, or maybe it was the maid or something, or I was dreaming or something.
Yes.
But, anyway, that was Thursday, that was a late Wednesday night. The next day I relate the story. Friday morning I get a call from my wife saying, I have some bad news. That, my niece has died. She committed suicide. Well, I find out, and I didn't, connect it at the time, but I'm thinking, and I tell the guys this, well, maybe that was my niece that came to the room. So I go back to Montana for the funeral. I'm one of the last persons to view my niece before the funeral, and it was that face that I saw. I didn't recognize it at first. I thought maybe it was my sister, but then as I see my niece at the viewing, it was her face, and that's what I saw. She had come to the room when I was in Oklahoma City.
Well, you had quite an encounter, didn't you?
It was, yes.
All right, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. As I said, all of this is cumulative. But if you listen through the night and you don't believe when it's over, then you just haven't been listening or thinking. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. And we may be talking about more than just ghosts tonight. We'll continue with your stories in a moment. It's going to be quite a night, I absolutely guarantee. It already has been. By the way, next hour, we're going to be concentrating on evil entities or ghosts, whatever it is you want to call them, the negative side. You know, the really scary stories, the ones with the glowing red eyes, the ones that are up to no good. I wonder how many of those are out there right now, and I wonder what that means.
A long time, and they wanted someone who would appreciate the home, and so my daughter got it, and they'd been in it about 5 months, and I went out to visit. And I hadn't been in the house 5 minutes. My daughter was helping me bring my suitcases up to the bedroom that they decided to put me in. Mm-hmm. And I walked into the bedroom, and I got the hair standing up on the back of the neck, etc. And I turned to her and I said, I hate to tell you this, but there's somebody in this room. And she just went, oh, Mom. She said, she told her husband when they had moved in there, I got the story then.
Oh, no, you can feel it. I mean, you said the hair on the back of your neck stood up.
Yeah.
You absolutely can feel it. I've had that happen to me, and you're never wrong.
No, I know it.
If the hair on the back of your neck stands up, something's happening big time.
There's somebody there.
Yep.
So anyway, she tells me what's been happening the 5 months. They had not told anyone this, and since they had moved in, they especially in the evening after they'd put their young daughter to bed, they would hear somebody walking in the upstairs hall. And originally, of course, they would think that their daughter had gotten up and was walking around, and so they'd holler up the stairs like good parents, and then somebody'd go up to put her back to bed, and she'd be sound asleep.
Sure.
And they would have doors opening, particularly in that upstairs hall, and things like that going on. And so they wondered, and she knew, because I sense these things, she knew that I'd know if there was somebody actually in the house. And so I stayed in that room. Of course, they put me in the room that they thought she belonged in.
You stayed there, huh?
I stayed in that room, and I was there for about 3 weeks, and it was okay. When I encounter something like this, I talk to them, and I didn't have any problems. Well, after about 3 weeks, my guy flew out and joined us, and the first night that he spent in the room, I woke up in the middle of the night, and she was right in his face. She was leaning over the bed and within inches of his face. Now, I normally do not see them. I usually just feel them.
Oh, my. Could you clearly see this?
No, not clearly. But it was like, when you it's like out of the corner of your eye. But, when you just wake up, sometimes you can see what you don't see when you're
That's right.
fully conscious.
Yes, of course, yes.
And I could see this.
Well, obviously, then, you had made your peace with this entity.
Or she wasn't that bothered. She wasn't bothered by me. She wasn't really bothered by them in the house. She just did her thing. She wandered around and opened doors and things like that. My granddaughter had been sleeping in that room just before I came. My daughter said, well, we're moving her out. You can stay in that room. Well, they were moving her out because she'd wake up screaming in the middle of the night.
I've got you, but go back to this moment. I mean, here's this entity leaning over, leaning
over him, and I woke up. I sensed this, saw this, and got first very scared, and then, which I don't think of myself as a very possessive person, but I got angry. It was like, this is my guy. Get out of here. I got angry, and that
was almost jealousy.
Yeah, and it was like, well, I didn't know what she would do. I knew, for some reason, I knew very quickly upon going to the house that it was a woman, and she liked doors open, she liked the room neat, stuff like that. I just had a sense about it. but I didn't realize she was not happy with him being there.
He's messy. Let's rip this messy
whatever,
guy's kidney out.
She didn't want him in the room. She didn't want him there. And I didn't know what she would do. So I got angry and essentially just said, back off. And so I just told her, I said, I calmed down. I started talking to her and said, look,
My guy.
Yeah, my guy. Leave him alone. We're only here for short visits. We'll be gone soon. If you back off and leave us alone, I will leave the door open. I will keep the room neat, etc. The little things that she liked. And if not, you will have me to deal with.
All right.
Not that I knew what I would do.
Yep.
But
tough lady.
But I was angry.
All right. Well, I appreciate the story.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, we found out later who it actually was a woman, the last of the family that owned the house, had died in the house.
I see. Well, listen, if something like this happened, I'd like to have somebody like you around. Get the hell out of here. Thank you very much.
Bye.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning. Hello there.
Hello.
Yes, you're on the air, sir.
Oh, this is Mark from Richmond, Virginia.
Hi, Mark.
Good morning. I hope I can be as eloquent as your other speakers. It's kind of weird. Synchronicity, I guess. I'm a little bit early here, a little bit 6 minutes early. You were talking about red-eyed monster stories. You'd like to hear it?
Not monsters. I mean, you could think of them that way. What I said was, in the next hour, I wanted to get stories from people who saw what obviously is an evil entity. And to me, the scariest description of evil are these glowing red eyes that so many people have seen.
What happened to me, I was sleeping in a twin bed by myself, and I thought I was in a dream state, a lucid dream. I mean, because I could picture the bed and picture the wall, everything was as it was. And I noticed at the foot of the bed a figure, and the only way I could make out that it was a figure, the room was dark here. I mean, no night lights or anything, and I've heard you mention this before, but honest to goodness, this is truth. The only reason I could make it out because it was blacker than the room itself.
I understand.
And I really couldn't make out any features initially, because it had like a loose-fitting dark black shroud.
Oh, great.
Around it.
Yeah.
If you've seen commercials for like the Grim Reaper or whatever.
Yes.
Sort of like that. And I thought I was dreaming. I'm still not sure exactly what was going on. And so I said, well, I'll just have this dream and take it on by myself, and fight this entity.
Yes.
And kind of going one-on-one there for a minute, and all of a sudden, I had the sensation of being lifted off the bed.
Were you, in fact, lifted off the bed?
What happened, Art?
I'll tell you what, this is just a great cliffhanger. We're coming to a break, so I'm going to have you hold it right there, okay?
Sure.
All right. An entity darker than dark is in your room. You're levitated. You're off the bed. We'll get back to the story in a moment.
Well, I think it's time to get ready to realize just what I have found. I have been only half of what I am. Oh, please,
she doesn't remember me. Oh, what else? Anyway. But then I wasn't planning on interviewing someone that night. I finally said, are you the one that dropped the water on me?
And?
The answer was yes. One of the things was that he said that he was trying to get to the other side. and needed help. It came out that he and I had come from the East Coast in another life.
All right, so the tears then were a kind of a plea to help, plea for help to get to the other side, right?
To get me to go to that meeting.
To get you to go to the, right. But the ultimate plea, though, was to help that entity go through.
Right.
Okay, I think I've got it. Thank you. Tears from nowhere. That entity wanted help to get to the other side. Which means that entities are trapped here. Obviously, then, for a period of time, ranging from, no doubt, almost a non-existent amount of time to forever. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is Elizabeth in Medford.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Hello, you'll have to pardon me, I'm starting to get the flu too, so if I sound funny, that's why. I have a story about I guess you'd have to say malevolent spirit that caused people to get physically and go emotionally ill.
You mean permanently, emotionally?
Well, until they left the house. But the people who were living in the house, we moved into it when I was about, I was about 8 or 9 years old, in 81, and it was in Newcastle, Indiana, on what we figured out was Indian burial grounds. They had built attractive houses that were perfectly lined up, step down, step down, step down, and
right.
We didn't think anything of it at first, but my mom's boyfriend, over the course of living there, started to act really weird. Well, we didn't think much about it because, sometimes that happens. But our next door neighbor was what proved it out. It was a nice little young family, a husband and a wife, and a little boy. Well, as soon as they moved in next door, they started having weird things happening. Toilets flushing by themselves, cats tracking things across the room that nobody else could see, cold hands on people's shoulders, just weird stuff. But nothing you could put your finger on, really. And then their little boy got sick with something that couldn't get diagnosed. At first they thought he had anything from leukemia to cat scratch fever. It was something to do with his immune system, but he was getting sicker and sicker by the day.
Gotcha.
Didn't know what was wrong with him. And on top of that, their marriage was completely disintegrating. Well, you could chalk that up to just having a bad marriage. But they moved out. They said, their marriage broke up, they left. Well, that you could have just left that as a coincidence. Well, the next people that moved in, a wife, a husband, a little boy, same thing happened. As soon as they moved in, the little boy started to get ill. And the husband and the wife started fighting. Well, she was a bit more open-minded, and we had talked to her. My mom was open to ghost stories and things like that, and had told her about the previous couple. Well, she said, there's this room that every time I go into it, I want to just about kill my husband. If I go in there, I feel like if we're even sitting in there having a good time, I want to just beat him up.
Rage.
Yeah. And so she ended up being a good friend of my mom's, and she let my sisters use the house for their prom date after the prom, because the high school was right across the way. It was a 4-way stop.
Sure.
And they ended up in the TV room, which was the room where the arguments happened. Well, they had no knowledge about this because my mom didn't tell them. She didn't want to scare them. And their prom date went from being a happy, regular boy-girl thing.
The way it ought to be, yeah.
Yeah. To just complete hatred among all the couples. All the men and women ended up fighting. Didn't tell each other about it until later. This all came out later on. That this room was the focus of the rage. And the nearest that we could figure out was, because it was all focused on men, the women felt angry, but the men were the ones that seemed to suffer from it. I mean, they went from being normal, happy-go-lucky.
It happens that way so frequently.
Yeah, normal, happy-lucky guys, but then all of a sudden they just got dark.
Yes.
They got dark, and they got depressed, and they got sick, and the little boys got sicker and sicker and sicker. Well, finally she's like, if this is a precedent set here, I'm leaving. I'm not sticking around for this. And she left the house. Well, her kid got better. By then the marriage was over, but, there was nothing that they could do about it by then. Well, every person that has moved into that house since then, she's kept up with it, has had the same problem. And the only thing that we could figure out is that something must have happened to a woman. Because the focus, I lived in the house, my mom lived in the house, my two sisters. We never had anything weird happen to us other than some odd ghostly things. but nothing dark and evil. But
something bad happened to some woman.
Something bad, and she was angry about it and taking it out on the men living there. And when I was a little kid, I wouldn't go to bed in my house by myself in that house. I had to have somebody come with me and stay with me till I was asleep. The day we moved out of that house, we moved into a Victorian across town, which in and of itself looked like a scary house. But I got up when it was time for me to go to bed, walked upstairs, went to bed. No questions asked. Just did it all by myself.
Mm-hmm.
And the next day, my mom sat me down and she's like, well, honey, why did you do that? You usually have me come and stay up there. I said, we lived in a bad house, Mom. This is a good house. This doesn't have anything in it.
That is some story. That's really some story. I appreciate your call.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Can you imagine that? What is that? Is that an entity remaining, injecting its hatred into everybody who occupies the room? Or again, is it some sort of echo of hatred, memory of hatred, some kind of living memory, whether it's a living person who was there or somebody who's passed away? Is that hatred then infecting everybody who occupies the same space? So does that mean then that entities or just this raw hatred can occupy a place forevermore or until released? I don't know. There are so many questions generated by stories like this. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Is that me?
That's you.
Hi, my name's Barbara. I'm calling from the Enumclaw, Washington.
Welcome.
When I was 17, my mother died very unexpectedly. In fact, she was out of the country, and I received a phone call saying, well, she's dead. And I grieved painfully for her, and I grieved for not ever having the chance to say goodbye to her. And about 6 months after she died, I was physically becoming ill. I lost a tremendous amount of weight, took a lot of drugs, drank a lot, and was basically self-destructing. And I was over at a friend's house in the middle of the afternoon, sitting on their bed, and I looked up and I saw my mother walking towards me down a staircase. And she looked radiant. She actually looked younger and thinner and healthier than I could recall her ever looking. She looked beautiful.
Yes.
And I jumped up to run and embrace her, and she said, I'm sorry, but this is taking so much of my energy to appear to you that you can't put your arms around me, but you can talk to me. So I was telling her how much I missed her, and she said she was aware of that and that I needed to stop grieving, and she was in a much better place. And then she asked me, would I like to come with her? And
to that place?
To the place where she was now.
All right,
in order to...
we're at a break point here. I have to break, so hold it right there. It's a good place to hold it anyway, all right?
All right.
You went to this place?
I did.
Uh-huh. We'll pick it up right there when we get back. I'm Art Bell.
Very different, separate energies.
Maybe.
Maybe it was the same, and it was just playing tricks on me because, you know.
That's what they do.
And I hadn't been drinking.
I'm with you. All right. All right. Thank you very much. It seems to happen to those who drink and snort and smoke, as well as those who are stone cold sober. So make of that what you will. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Well, I have a very scary story that I've had a lot of not so scary ghost encounters since, but this particular one happened when I was probably about 16 or 17 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a friend who was really afraid of, I guess she'd seen The Exorcist or something, and she was horrified at the prospect of ever being possessed.
Of course.
And, you know, she was very rigidly Catholic, and I was not really all that paranoid about that. And I said, well, you know, I believe in God strongly enough that if Satan ever came after me, I'd know I'd win. And I went to bed that night.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to kind of meditate to go to sleep, and so I kind of, you know, meditated to go to sleep. I was very into stuff like that. And I remember just kind of getting down a nice, quiet, calm place, and I felt something cold above me. Icy.
Above
cold.
you.
Above me.
You know, there are a lot of people, my dear, who say that meditation opens the door.
Well, I know that now. I didn't really know that then. I was only about 16 or 17. I'm in my late 30s now.
And for some reason, 16 or 17-year-old girls are particularly subject to this sort of thing. We don't know why. Anyway, something cold above you.
Something cold. And I think you have a lot of energy then.
Yeah.
You're very young and fresh. And I, I looked up. I opened my eyes. Now, I know I wasn't asleep. I've thought about this hundreds of times. I wasn't asleep. There on my ceiling, between myself and my ceiling, which was, like a normal 8-foot-high ceiling.
Yes.
Over my bed was this green, glowing green thing. It looked like a big amoeba, but it was black in the center, and as it got from the center outwards, which was probably the width of my bed or thereabouts, it got tinged with yellow and then green. It was like a fluorescent amoeba around the edges.
Starting to sound like something from Ghostbusters.
Oh, no, the Ghostbusters was tame. I looked at this thing and it looked like it was pulsating. And in my head, I heard this voice. And it was so metallic. It was, we need you, we need you, we need you.
We need you.
It was so metallic that it sounded like a machine had generated, like, you pick up the phone and it's the operator and it says to put in the number or whatever, and it's very generated.
Yes, of course.
And I was so terrified. And so I said, oh, God, and I tried to pray. Does that make sense?
It makes sense to me.
I couldn't pray. And I felt myself get sucked out, like out of my head, out of my body. And I felt myself go into this black void. And I just, I couldn't do anything. I thought, oh my God, where am I going? And then I just got, no way. I'm not going to there's no way. The thought was just no way. And I was back in my room. My room was cold. I remember I got up. My parents were still up in the other room. And I walked out, and I'm like, oh, I just had this. And of course, they didn't believe me. But
they didn't believe you?
Oh, no.
But they didn't hear, we need you.
No, they didn't. But that area has had a lot of activity, of different types of activity. And, we've since then seen things in my dad's house and, different things. But it's definitely, I think what I did was I challenged something. And in the end, I think I won, but I was scarred for years from that. I couldn't meditate for years.
Come across with that.
That was sort of like what it was, only it was more metallic. Pretty scary.
More metallic.
It was. If you got to change the pitch on that there, Art. Just kind of make it really metallic.
I don't know what to say about you. That's a scary one. All right. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
You're
Take care. First time caller line, you're on the air on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
I have a pretty scary story for you.
All right.
I have not spoken of this in 20 years. Matter of fact, my friend and I, we haven't spoken of it at all in probably the last 10 years. We used to belong to one of the oldest deer hunting clubs here in South Carolina. And we were hunting with dogs this particular Saturday. Of course, this area is rich in Civil War history.
Sure.
Anyway, story short, we had collected our dogs that we were hunting with. It was getting pretty late in the evening. And we rounded this curve in the road. We were back in a very remote area that had only been hunted maybe twice in the last 10 years. We had around 18 head of dogs with us. These dogs stopped suddenly and doubled back, just startled, just doubled back. They stopped. They were barking, just jumping around, hair bristled, fangs pretty much bared, scared the hell out of us, and it was misty looking, but what we saw in the edge of the woods was what appeared to be three figures. And we kind of looked at each other like, okay, you know.
Three figures.
Three figures. They appeared to be soldiers, like old Civil War soldiers, Confederate soldiers.
Really?
But you could not make out enough detail. You know, when the reason we thought Confederate soldiers, because you could see the hats, the short-brimmed hats.
Gotcha.
Okay. But what happened, we just stood there frozen. I don't know about him. I was scared to death. But we heard just a low voice saying, "Leave us alone. Stay away. You're not wanted here."
Oh, that'd do it for me.
And this gets very freaky. This was repeated 3-4 times. We took off in a dead run. Our truck was around the other side around this long curve. It felt like we had concrete blocks strapped to our feet. But could not get the truck doors open. When I got on my side, I could not get it open.
Yes, sir.
And we both hit the ground. I felt just enormous heat come over me. Started vomiting, projectile vomiting, trembling, and still heard the voice saying, "You're not wanted here. Stay away. Leave us alone." This went on, I'm guessing, probably 15, 20 minutes, till finally we were able to get up, regain our composure, and get in the truck. We left dogs and everything.
You left the dogs?
We left the dogs. The dogs having no part of this. They were gone.
Uh-huh.
And I know this may sound amusing on one hand, but believe me, it was very terrifying. We got into the truck, got completely out of the hunting. It was about 5 miles back to the main highway. And we had to stop several times. It's only a 30-mile trip from our club back into the city of Columbia. We had to stop several times, fear of wrecking. And we were both very sick, very ill.
So this was no dream.
This was no dream.
This was no dream state. This was fully
not
awake.
alcohol-induced. This was not a redneck club. This club was comprised of doctors, lawyers, law enforcement personnel. My pastor was the president of it.
Well, one good thing, sir, you can follow directions. I have a feeling if you had not gotten out of there, you probably wouldn't be here now.
Well, I will say this to you, that the story goes that, see, our clubhouse is sitting on what is considered the old Sumter Highway.
Tell you what, can you hold?
I certainly can.
All right, stay right there. We'll finish the story after the break. The evidence is cumulative, and it becomes overwhelming, doesn't it?
Good evening, I'm Art Bell. Of course, with us, Linda Moulton Howe from Philadelphia. No, she's all the way over here on the West Coast in Oregon. 3,000-mile jaunt for Linda, but we've got her. She'll be followed this evening by Dolores Cannon. And the subject will be Nostradamus. Her books, a trilogy, Conversations with Nostradamus, appropriate for this time of year, as will Linda's report be, as you will discern in a moment. Emmy Award-winning documentary producer, investigator into crop circles and animal mutilations now for years, early on an environmental reporter, and now a general science reporter for us as well. Here from Portland, Oregon, quite a change of venue, is Linda Moulton Howe. Linda, welcome.
Well, hi, Art. I have been in Portland this weekend scanning images for my new book, Glimpses of Other Realities, Volume 2, which, if all goes well, should be in nationwide bookstores this time by March of 1998. So pray for me.
I do pray for you, Linda. Books are like having babies.
No, they really are. So that's why I'm here, and that's what's coming in the spring, I hope. And tonight is December 21st, the beginning of the winter solstice period, when the days begin to get longer again.
Oh, yes.
And as I was watching the sun go down this afternoon on this beautiful Willamette River in Portland, I began to think about the fact that the Egyptians used to bring greenery into their homes at the winter solstice to encourage the gods to renew the vigor of the new planting cycle. And it wasn't until the 1600s that the ancient December rituals for birth and renewal were joined to celebrate Christ's birth, and Christmases began. And I've been thinking back over the past 12 months of stories that I've reported on Dreamland and Coast to Coast since last December. 12 months ago, that comet.
The comet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Art. What were you going to
No, that's quite all right. Comet Hale-Bopp. I mean, I'm going to reminisce with you, I suppose.
Yes. Okay. Well, 12 months ago, that comet Hale-Bopp was approaching the sun and became the biggest, brightest, dusty ice ball to come through our solar system since the great comet of 1811. By March, members of the Heaven's Gate cult created a social uproar when they committed mass suicide to allegedly reach another intelligence camouflaged by the comet. Astronomers insisted that Hale-Bopp was only a comet and the first one ever seen with 3 tails. One of the tails, it's now turned out, was made entirely of sodium atoms, probably emitted from more dust mixed with that Hale-Bopp comet than ever, or mostly usually seen with comets. Comets usually don't have that much dust. Also last March, strange unidentified lights in V formations were seen by thousands of people moving over Arizona, and a week later over parts of Ohio that many people did not learn about, but were very similar to what happened over Arizona and are still a mystery. And now this December is ending with reports of more sky phenomena. Multiple fireballs falling in Bogota, Colombia, South America, and an apparent huge hot meteorite plunging into the icy tip of Greenland that we talked about on Coast to Coast.
Thank you for the word apparent.
Yeah, well, that's right, because we might have to wait until next summer to find out what's there, because this, whatever it is, may have gone down in the ice so deeply.
Or until it crawls out.
Well, 98 has a lot of prophecies to it, Art, so that's a question to ask Dolores Cannon.
There you are.
And between these astronomical bookends of the year, many other events and discoveries have left a residue for me about 1997 that is both alarming and, I will say, I am also excited, possibly, about the future. First, the alarm bells have been sounded in 1997 from a growing number of scientists that I have interviewed over the year who all say the same thing. More and more hard data from every part of the globe indicates an increasingly rapid deterioration of our planet's ability to sustain life in the face of human population and pollution. And your phrase, Art, the quickening, is a good description because it is an acceleration of change, both good and bad. In 1997, even some sharks in oceans and wild honeybees that pollinate plants are facing extinction. The water organism, Fisteria, killed millions of fish from Maryland to Florida and made many people sick. New diseases not seen before have been killing coral and tropical fish off Florida's coast and provoking huge, life-threatening tumors in sea turtles throughout the world. Increased UV light from globally thinning ozone has been killing amphibian eggs and plankton in the oceans, threatening the food chain. In 1997, more rainforests were cut down than in any previous year, rapidly destroying natural habitats and increasing the extinction rate of plant and animal species, now estimated to be at least 25,000 a year. That means between last Christmas and this Christmas, at least 25,000 species of Earth life disappeared forever.
Ho, ho, ho.
Now, what will it take for the human species to wake up to the implications of all this? What will it take to make all humans realize that the air and water are not guaranteed to last unless we protect them? But 1997 was also an exciting year of revolutionary breakthroughs in science. A headline on the front page of the Philadelphia Inquirer dated Thursday, August 8, 1996, more than a year ago, had said signs of life on Mars, ? Some scientists cheer and some are doubtful. And as 96 went into 97, more scientists were coming forward saying that they thought that they also had evidences of globules in some of the meteorites that might have come from Mars that look like possibly bacteria. And even though scientists attacked the announcement as premature, Cornell University astronomer who is now deceased, but at the time said, quote, "This is the most provocative and evocative piece of evidence for life beyond Earth. If the results are verified, it is a turning point in human history, suggesting that life exists not on just two planets in one paltry solar system, but throughout this magnificent universe." And since Dr. Sagan said those words, by July 1997, the Mars Pathfinder and its little roving machine landed on the red planet for the first time since we go back over 20 years. The rover dutifully followed orders to inspect Martian rocks, and the first 5 turned out to be so much alike and so high in silica content that scientists were surprised. One theory is that maybe the rocks are left over from volcanic eruptions. This fall, the Mars Global Surveyor will start aerobraking its way down to a shallow polar orbit to photograph a topographic map of the Martian surface, may take another closer look or a wide shot of the Cydonia region and that strange face in those pyramids. And the next orbiter lander pair is set for launch in December 1998 and January 1999 as humankind inches its way toward a manned mission to Mars in the next century, if we can survive what we're doing to our own planet. Further out in space, our Earth probe Galileo took astonishing photographs of Jupiter's moon Europa, showing a cracked, icy surface that might have a liquid ocean underneath and maybe even life forms.
Well, as they also said in one of the year's best films, if there's not someone else out there, it sure is a big waste of space.
Yes, I would agree. And back on Earth, 1997 was the first year for cloned sheep and other animals, something that has come up quite a bit in the discussions of people who allege encounters with non-human intelligence. This is a shock to the human psyche, the ability to clone full animals from another animal. And it's a foreshadowing, perhaps, of a future many of us are probably not ready for. Immediate public reactions were to ban cloning, especially of humans. U.S. President Bill Clinton proclaimed that, quote, "Each human life is unique, born of a miracle that reaches beyond laboratory science," unquote.
Linda, if I could interrupt on cloning, a December 18th AP story says now not only have they cloned, but they now have cloned lambs with human genes.
That's what I was leading to.
Oh, I see. All right.
Exactly. But I'm glad that you brought it up. That is so important. The director of the U.S. National Institutes of Health, Harold Varmus, told the Congressional Committee after the first cloning announcement that despite negative reaction to the idea of cloning human beings, society might at some point decide that human cloning is acceptable for certain conditions, such as providing new organs for children for infertile couples. And this week, what you just mentioned, these new cloned sheep that were announced carry part of a human gene that will hopefully be able to provide medical treatment for certain disease complexes in the sheep's milk. So we have now moved into using the cloning of animals with certain human genes to try to provide us medicine.
Well, we'll either get something good like that or Planet of the Lambs.
Well, I am going to opt for a positive evolution here. And we might be able to clone life now, but we still don't know exactly who our genetic forebears were. In 1997, scientists in Germany and the United States reported that DNA comparisons between preserved bone of a Neanderthal and modern humankind showed there is no relationship. So who or what is the immediate precursor to Cro-Magnon Homo sapiens sapien? That is still one of the great mysteries as we evolve into the 21st century. Revolution is everywhere, from medicine to technology. on one of the most amazing stories reported in the December issue of Discover, was headlined, "Let There Be Matter. Einstein taught us that matter is just another form of energy. Now physicists have, for the first time, created bits of matter from beams of light."
May I ask you a personal question?
Yeah.
Do you think it, Linda, more likely that we will find the missing link or the equivalent of the obelisk?
In this new book, Glimpses of Other Realities, Volume 2, that's coming out in March, I'm actually trying to deal with what appear to be growing implications that our history, our forebearers, may actually be linked to manipulation of DNA in already evolving primates. And that would mean, Art, that the missing link is not what we are expecting to find under sand somewhere. It means that the potential is that the missing link has to do with another intelligence interacting with our planet. And is the human family prepared, ready, and desiring to understand more about what I think of as the forbidden history of mankind?
I don't think so, Linda.
Well, maybe they're not. But
I mean, some are evolved and prepared for it. But I tend to agree with Brookings' report. I mean, the scientists, all the paradigms, the religious institutions, and on and on and on. Are they prepared? No.
You may be right, but all my life I really have wanted to know the truth about everything on this planet. And I think that this is one of the big areas that we're going to hear more and more and more about as we do move into the next year, 2, 3, and into the next century. And it also ties in perhaps to the questions that are beginning to emerge in quantum physics about the relationship of matter to energy and energy to matter, and how much life might there be through the cosmos. And the story that I was mentioning by Jeffrey Winters in the December issue of Discovery magazine is such an astonishing story because they were able to take E equals MC squared, the famous formula from Einstein, and basically reverse it. They were able to take the usual antimatter annihilation energy at the Stanford Linear Accelerator, and with the use of gamma ray photons, they were able to take a blaze of energy and make matter from photons. And it reminded me, as closing out tonight and the end of this year as we move into 1998, one of the most amazing quotes of penetrating insight, I think, into the true reality of things was written by David Bohm, the famous theoretical physicist who has written many important books. One of the most important was Wholeness and the Implicate Order. But this is from an interview that was done and recorded in a book edited by Renee Weber, and he said, quote, "Mass is a phenomenon of connecting light rays which go back and forth, sort of freezing them into a pattern. So matter, as it were, is condensed or frozen light. That's you, Art, that's me, the chairs, the plants, everything. Light is not merely electromagnetic waves, but in a sense, other kinds of waves that go at that speed. Therefore, all matter is a condensation of light into patterns moving back and forth at average speeds, which are less than the speed of light."
Well, I believe the Hubble recently observed the dying of stars and the gases produced, and then the beginning of the birth of new stars from those same gases.
That's right, and that's matter producing matter. What these scientists at Princeton have done, and what David Bohm is talking about, is a conversion of energy to matter and matter back to energy in terms of light, which is, it is in many ways remarkable because long ago there was a test of this called the Bell experiment, in which they were experimenting with photons in a laboratory, and they were testing the spin of the photons. It's been reproduced many times, and recently there have even been further evolutions on this test, and what they found is that the spin and the relationship of the photons, no matter what they did in the experiment, no matter where, no matter how far apart they put them, the photons acted as if every photon knew what every other photon was doing.
Okay,
and the implication is the universe is connected from one end to the other.
Hold it right there. We'll be right back.
This is Dreamland with Art Bell. Now, here again is Art.
Once again, here I am, and we're going to finish with Linda Moulton Howe and kind of a year-end review. We are all lights. The desk, the telephone, your very being. We are all light. And that caused me to think during the break. Weren't the first words something like, let there be lights? Linda?
And now scientists at Princeton are saying, now let there be matter made from light. And when I was talking to you about this very profound quote from David Bohm, the theoretical physicist, and he was talking about his idea that all mass is essentially condensed or frozen light. He concluded his thought with this sentence: you could say that when we come to light, we are coming to the fundamental activity in which existence has its ground. And on that thought, that ending, as we go now from 97, a very accelerated revolutionary kind of year into 1998 with so many unknowns, I'm going to try in January to do 2 interviews for Dreamland, and we might do something on Coast that would focus on the new transportation of photons that appear to be something like a teleportation of photons story. And another is a scientist on the East Coast that I've talked to who has written a book that is suggesting that there are an infinite number of universi and that we are only in one of those universes on like a series of bubbles that are flung out over space and time. And this, I think, Art, is sort of the hallmark of what we're going to be evolving into more and more, a completely new redefinition of what we are, where we came from, and what our relationship is to matter, this universe, and to photon energy, which is light.
All right. Linda, if you would, your contact information.
This is Linda Howe, and my fax number, and I would welcome any information from any of you on any subject matter ranging from the environment to unusual phenomena in your area. My fax number is area code 215-491-9842. That's 215-491-9842. And for those of you who like to write, it is Post Office Box 300 in Jameson, Jamison, Pennsylvania, zip code 18929. Again, that's Post Office Box 300, Jameson, Pennsylvania, zip code 18929. And Art, and to all of our Dreamland listeners, I wish you the merriest Christmas and the happiest New Year, and may 1998 be a wonderful year and not one as catastrophic as prophecy has said.
Linda, I will speak with you on the program next time in 1998. May it be so.
Yes, God bless us all.
Take care.
All right.
All right, that's Linda Moulton Howe, and there you go. May it not be a year that will be as catastrophic as prophesized. It's a good thought to end the year with, isn't it? Now, Dolores Cannon has become perhaps the world's most unlikely expert on the prophecies of Nostradamus. She is a retired naval wife from Huntsville, Alabama, Arkansas. She was nearly 50 years old when she began experimenting with hypnosis and past life regression. And the results were, to say the least, quite spectacular. Working through several different subjects, Dolores was able to establish communication with the prophet Nostradamus. His revelations and their impact on our own time are both fascinating and, at times, somewhat frightening. She is well known throughout the world. She considers herself a regressionist and psychic researcher who specializes in the recovery and cataloging of lost knowledge. She has appeared all over the place, including a current affair in Australia, Ancient Mysteries of the World, a 2-hour special on CBS, Ancient Prophecies, a 2-hour special on NBC, Encounters, an hour special on Fox, interviewed on CNN's International Entertainment News. I could go on and on and on. All the networks. She's been all over the place, but right now she is here. So, without any further ado, here is Dolores Cannon. Dolores, welcome to the program.
Okay, hello, Art.
Hi there.
Okay, one thing I wanted to say, I was listening to Linda on there, and, you know, I've written 10 books, and a lot of the things she is talking about, I've also researched.
Well, I'm
the
sure.
cloning, you know, seeding of the planet Earth, and that we are light. So this is amazing that this is all, we all seem to be on the same track.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Uh-huh. And like you said, I consider myself a reporter, a researcher of lost knowledge, and I like to find out all the strange and the unusual.
Well, there's plenty of lost knowledge out there, Dolores. Why don't you tell us how you began with Nostradamus?
Okay, so I was thinking, because I have written 10 books, you do want to focus on Nostradamus tonight, so that's what we'll do. All right, first of all, I want to make it very clear that I am not a channeler and I am not a psychic in my own right. I am a hypnotist, a hypnotherapist, and I have been doing past life regression, past life therapy for almost 20 years. This is where you take the person into the other lifetime to find the answers to the problems in this lifetime. You probably had many people that do that on your show.
I have, and I have a question already. May I ask it?
Sure, I guess.
Dolores, there has been a great controversy among scientists, among psychiatrists and others, regarding hypnosis, period, particularly regression and the false memory syndrome and all the rest of it. In other words, whether somebody like yourself would hypnotize somebody and, in effect, send them in the direction that they want them to go, and setting their fantasy loose, and then suggesting what they want to hear and getting, in fact, what they want to hear. How do you address that? It's very important because it's basic.
Yeah, and I know I have heard those arguments, you know, and if I've heard them all over the world, even in England, where I just came back from working on some cases over there. But what I always say is that if you are a reputable hypnotist, you will not lead the person, and you will not try to direct them in any way. And people that know my work will realize I bend over backwards the other way, not to lead, because I know that's the very first thing that the skeptics will say, oh, you said that thus and such, and that is what made them say these things.
Right.
So I just allow the person to tell their own story, and then I try to relate that to their life. Most of the time I allow them to do it themselves. But there is a lot of controversy out there right now of what they call these false memory syndromes, you know, where they have implanted the memories, especially about the child abuse cases that have been very bad. But I think these are people who, I don't want to say they're unethical, but they're definitely going about it the wrong way. Because if the memory's not there and you suggest that it can cause a great deal of harm.
You may recall a recent 60 Minutes piece on a doctor who had some lady over a period of years convinced she had about 120 some odd personalities.
Yes, I saw that. It was on, I think, last Sunday, and that was awful because it was definitely the hypnotist that was doing it, the doctor. I can't imagine what kind of reason he had for doing it, but he certainly ruined the woman's life.
Well, I believe the medical bill in that case ran into the hundreds of thousands of dollars if you're looking to motive.
Oh, yeah, that might be what he was getting out of it, but he certainly wasn't helping the person. In my early years of doing this, up until the last few years, I never charged for anything that I did. And I would travel many, many miles to work with people the main idea. I was trying to help the person. And that was the main motive. And along the way, these different stories and historical things that I've written about came out.
Dolores, when did you first discover that you could actually regress somebody? That must have been a big aha moment when you could regress them prior to their birth.
Okay, I'll tell you what happened. My roots in hypnosis actually go back into the 1960s. I began practicing almost 20 years ago, but they actually went back in the 1960s. In those days, there weren't any books out or anything to tell you what to do. And my husband was really the hypnotist. Even though we were in the Navy, he was doing it more or less as a hobby, but he was working with doctors on the base to help people with losing weight and things like that.
Sure.
So totally by accident, in the 1960s, while he was working with a woman about weight loss, she suddenly just went back into a lifetime in the 1920s.
Oh, my.
And we're sitting there thinking, well, what's going on now? You know, we didn't have any idea what was happening, but it was very fascinating. That's one thing. I've always had a great curiosity. When something happens like that, instead of getting frightened, I always get very curious.
Dolores, what kinds of things did she say that gave you that first aha moment? My God, we're in the 20s. We're not.
Yeah, that's it, because she was a woman, let me see, I guess she would have been in her 30s or maybe early 40s in the 1960s, and suddenly she's talking about being in a big black car in Chicago, and, we said, well, where, but what year is this? And she said, what do you mean, silly? It's 1926.
Wow.
And we're thinking, wait a minute here, we're definitely not in Kansas anymore.
Right.
As the saying goes,
Well, how did you and your husband evaluate that? I mean, it must have challenged everything you thought at the time.
Oh, it did, because like I said, there were no books out at that time to even tell you what was going on. The only book that was printed then was The Search for Bridie Murphy. And that book wouldn't even be printed now. It would be considered too dull and mundane and boring. But, I have many cases like that. But in those days, that was the only book that was out. And then later, after this, Jess Stern's book, The Search for the Girl with Blue Eyes, came out. But at the time, there was nothing to tell you what to do, so we were more or less just feeling our way. So out of curiosity, we wanted to see if there was anything else. And she went back through 5 different lifetimes till when she was created. And to me, this was the biggest thing we had ever stumbled across. And at the time, people on the Navy base were coming to our house to listen to the latest chapter on the portable recorders you had in those days. They were so big you couldn't even lift them.
Yes.
Those great big, reel-to-reel things. But we kept the woman anonymous, but they were so fascinated by what was going on.
Well, the clear implication of all this, then, is that there is reincarnation.
Oh, yes, because of all the things that have happened to me have happened by accident. But the way it turned out, anyway, my husband was almost killed, so he was put out of the Navy, and we ended up in Arkansas on top of a mountain out here. I never thought I was going to be doing anything else but taking care of the family and things like that. But you know how it happens when all the children leave, and it's like, what are you going to do with the rest of your life?
Sure.
I decided to get back into hypnosis because I thought it was so fascinating. So I developed my own technique at that time that is very fast, and it puts the person into the deepest possible level of trance, which is the somnambulistic level. And they go there automatically into the deepest possible level. And I began to do the therapy, and it was just very fascinating because automatically the person would go into a past life without being told to do it. And this is how I built my practice over all these years. Mostly out here, just going from place to place, people that wanted to have these sessions. And along the way, all these fascinating stories have come out. So I'm an accumulator of evidence, a researcher.
All right. Are these people who knew the kind of work that you did? Eventually you became well known, of course.
Yeah. But in the beginning, it's just back in the hills here.
I understand.
Yeah.
But do you, again, going back to, I guess, my earlier question, when you get a volunteer, and that volunteer knows the kind of work that you do, would there not be a predisposition on that person's part to explore a past life or past lives again, bringing up that basic question.
That maybe they would invent something, you mean, or what?
That's right.
I don't think so, because the things that have happened, the people are so startled when they hear it, and later they don't even want to listen to the tapes many times. One of the first cases I had, after I began practicing, was a woman who died in the atomic bomb at Hiroshima as a Japanese man.
Wow.
That was a very horrible, startling case to investigate.
All right. Well, here's where we can jump in and say, here's the proof. In other words, as you take these people back, regress people, and you find details of who they were and what they did in their previous life, it should be verifiable through historic records of all kinds.
Yes, it should be. But, there is the big but,
Okay.
Most of the time, the only time they have records are in recent history. Because even the one in the 1920s, in the beginning, I said, I want to prove this. And I went through all the records trying to find things from Chicago, and I thought it would be easy. It is definitely not. Because even in the 1920s, they didn't have the records we have today. They didn't even begin keeping birth records until later. I think it was like the 30s and the 40s before it became a regular thing to keep birth records. So, you can't really find the proof you're looking for. And then even if you do, there's always a skeptic out there that will say it doesn't matter, they won't believe in it. No amount of proof is ever enough for a skeptic.
Do you know Dr. Bruce Goldberg?
Well, yes, I do. Yes, we've been on the lecture circuit.
Dr. Goldberg has done quite a bit of work in that area of trying to prove.
To verify,
And he's done some pretty fascinating stuff.
Oh, yeah. I've had, there have been several cases that have been brought to my attention where you have been able to do it. But a lot of times you're not able to do it, but the historical facts, not the existence of the person per se, but the historical situation that they lived in. What I mean? They are able to report historically what went on, even though it's very difficult to verify in research in the library.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that is proof, because most of these are just average people. Nowadays, they don't even teach geography and history that much in school, like we were taught, But like the woman who, she was a young girl and dropped out of school when she was 16, and yet she was reporting the life of a Japanese man. And I found that during that part of the war, especially during Hiroshima, there was no records of what the Japanese people went through.
Indeed.
And we were able to get the complete story of what it was like to be in Japan during the war. And I've had Japanese people write to me and say, you are absolutely accurate. That is the way it was.
Yes, that seems so unlikely to come from a flight of fancy.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So if I can, let me just ask you straight out, are you absolutely, in your own mind, Dolores, convinced that this is a valid scientific path to follow?
I think it is, and surprisingly enough, a lot of the psychiatrists and psychologists that I've spoken with, and I've spoken before boards of psychologists, are beginning to use this method. They want to learn how to do it. They said it doesn't matter if they believe in it or if the patient believes in it. If it helps the person, that's the main thing.
Sure.
So they're beginning to switch over now, too. And that's why I don't really know if it matters if you can prove beyond a doubt the person existed. If the memory helps them in the present life, that's about all we can hope for. And that's really what it's all about. But along the way, I've gotten some very good historical books out of it. To me, that's fascinating.
And then somehow, in the pursuit of all this, at some point, you ran into Nostradamus.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to give a little background. It turned out to be more than a little background.
Oh, no, that's quite all right.
What happened, so that you would understand that it is not a case of channeling at all. It was totally spontaneous and unexpected.
Okay. We will come back and we will delineate between what you have done and channeling, and then launch into what you know about Nostradamus.
Okay, hold that thought.
Okay, and that's right. And then, of course, what Nostradamus knows about what's coming. It is going to be a wild year. It's going to be a wild millennium. I think there is no question about that. I mean, we're already in it. I call it the quickening. It's just a word happening all around us. I'm Art Bell from the high desert. This is Dreamland.
Now, here again is Art.
Once again, here I am, that's with Dolores Cannon, who's my guest. She is well known, internationally known, for her work with regressive hypnosis into prior lives, and one of them bumped square into Nostradamus, and we're about to enter that territory. Dolores, if I might, let me ask you this. Let me tell you this, first of all. I've got a sister who lives up in Berkeley, California,
Yeah.
and she channels.
Oh, okay.
Now, I must tell you, as I have said over the air for many years, I don't necessarily doubt that there may be some real channeling, but I am highly skeptical because I think there is too much room for fraud.
Oh, yes, I agree with you there because I've sat in on a lot of channeling sessions, and I think a lot of times they don't even say anything.
I know.
You know, there isn't any information there at all.
So the question is, how do you differentiate channeling from what you have done?
Okay, there is a big difference. There's one thing people are saying, that what I've done with Nostradamus, there isn't even a name for it. It's, they said they can't call it channeling. You can't really call it hypnosis because it seems to have gone beyond hypnosis. I would like to call it time travel because we were able to establish direct contact with the living Nostradamus, not his spirit or ghost. The living Nostradamus, while he is living in France in the 1500s, while he is writing the quatrains. So there's something to do here with a time lapse, and there's nothing to do with channeling because they said this is not what occurs. It's very hard to explain. But whenever he was communicating with us, he said, I want to be very emphatic that you are not speaking to the dead. I'm not a spirit floating around out here. He says, we are communicating while I'm alive.
Now, alive in the physical sense
in
today.
The physical sense, yes. It is as though we are really in his life, as though making a telephone call to him while he is living. Because if in the books I go into many times where his wife would come knocking at the door and he'd say, I'm sorry, I have to leave. She's got supper on the table. One time they brought a child to him that had been hurt. Carriage outside the house.
Okay. I understand. Let me stop you. Are you saying then that you are communicating with the present incarnation of Nostradamus? Is
yes.
Is that right?
That's what makes it different and strange, and there's no way that it can be explained. But see, if that is true, that brings up the metaphysical theory of simultaneous time, that there is no time. It's all occurring at once.
Indeed.
Which is also very hard to explain. They always tell my lecturers, explain what you mean. I can't explain it any better than that, except that it's all occurring at once. So emphatic, he didn't want to know his own future. He didn't even want to know how he was going to die.
I have heard it expressed that time was invented so everything doesn't happen at once. At any rate, how long have you been in such communication?
Okay, that was a very strange story. If I can tell you what's happened. Incidentally, they have an option on this to turn it into a TV movie or a TV series or something, because they said they've never been told before. It's a very unusual, strange story. But if they do it, I'd like to be involved to make sure it's told accurately and not blown out of proportion.
Good luck.
Yeah, that's the thing, because this doesn't need any fiction writer. It is strange enough in its own right. They'll leave it alone. Okay, let me explain what happened, because I still have problem myself believing what happened. It occurred in 1986, and as I said, I was a past life regressionist, past life therapy. And I was working with a woman who just wanted to go back into a past life to see if she'd had one. She didn't have any problems or anything, just out of curiosity. She didn't know anything about metaphysics. Later we found out she didn't even know who Nostradamus was. She couldn't even pronounce his name. But I call her a normal woman, but she had 10 children, and she was working 2 jobs to try to take care of this big family. So it isn't the kind of person you could say, well, let's find time here to think up a hoax to fool the world.
Right.
I've been accused of all kinds of things.
I'm sure you have.
But anyway, we had the session, and she went back into the 1500s in France, where she was a student of Nostradamus,
Oh.
a male student. And I thought at the time, well, you know, maybe I could get some interesting information because I'm always looking for information. What could she tell me about this great man? And I was asking her questions about that. And that's where everything got very strange because suddenly she said, he wants to speak to you. And if there's anyone out there listening who is a past life therapist, they will know this never happens when you're doing past life therapy. The person you are communicating with is the only one that is aware of you.
Right.
No one in the scene would know what was going on. But if it's true that he was such a great psychic, maybe he was able to pick up on something that was unusual. But anyway, she said, he wants to speak to you. And then became a three-way conversation. She was telling me what he was saying, and then she was repeating what I was saying, as though she was in the middle, relaying it back and forth. And what he said was, he had been looking for a link to the future, because he could see that his quatrains, his prophecies, were not being correctly interpreted.
Oh, that's fascinating.
And the time was coming when they were going to come true. He said it was an urgency. And he said he had an assignment for me. He said, I want you to get the book. He said, I could see in your time period there is a book that has the French and the English of the quatrains. And he said, I want you to read them to me, and I will explain them to you, symbol by symbol, anagram by anagram, and tell you in what part of history it belongs.
There are many in the audience who will not even understand what they're hearing when we talk of Nostradamus. He was,
Yes.
of course, a prophet,
Yeah.
and he wrote his predictions in quatrains, which are somewhat difficult to read and understand, and they were intentionally done in that manner.
Yes, you're very convoluted, what I call them.
So that they would not attach him to a cross and burn him at the stake, which they were doing to people of that sort at that time.
Yeah, he lived in the time of the Inquisition
Yes.
in France, and it was very dangerous to be doing what he was.
Very dangerous.
That's why he devised this code. And when this happened, I didn't even know what a quatrain was. A quatrain is a four-line poem, but in the case of Nostradamus, it's a four-line prophecy or puzzle. And he wrote almost 1,000 of these that have come down to our time.
1,000?
Almost 1,000. He told me later he actually wrote 1,500 of them, but only just a little under 1,000 have survived in our time.
Objectively, with what we know of the 1,000 that he did write, objectively, how many have come true?
Oh, I would gather to say maybe half or more, because see, in my work with him, this is the first time in history all of these have been interpreted and translated and put into their proper little niche. It has never been done before. All the other books will explain what the words mean, because he has strange words as well as symbols and uses many different languages.
Mm-hmm.
There are many books that will tell you what the words mean, but not what the prophecy means. And when we were finished, well, I do want to finish with this girl because
Please.
it was very interesting what happened when she woke up. But anyway, all this is on my computer, and it took a computer to put the entire thing together. It is so much information. But he told me he wanted me to get the book and to read them to him, and it would be put into everyday language that people would understand. And well, naturally, this was quite astounding. I was thinking, what's going on here? So when the woman woke up, and I told her what she had said, she was so frightened she moved to Alaska.
Really?
So you can't say she started it, you can't say I started it. But before she left, we had time for one more session. I think she was doing it to appease me more than anything else.
Does she remain now in Alaska?
Oh, she comes back and forth from time to time. She was originally from there, and I think she wanted to go back, but this kind of hurried her up a little.
Well, we are heard in every city in the state of Alaska. She is likely listening to you now.
Very likely. But before she left, we had the one session, and she was in the process of moving and everything. It was not the ideal situation. But during the session, he came through again, and he said, I still want you to do this work. I said, I can't. She's moving away. He said, that doesn't matter. Now that we have made this connection, you will never lose me. I will come through anybody you work with.
Uh-huh.
And he gave me the instructions how to locate him, like giving you a telephone number, and also a test to perform to make sure I was actually speaking to him.
Are these parameters that you keep to yourself?
Yes, they are, because really, he's a very private person. I got to know him very well. He has a temper. I feel like I'm a student with a very stern teacher, is the way I feel. And he would get very angry at me. I found out he was a definite male chauvinist, but he's very busy. And it turned out that I was actually interfering in his life. I was told that what I thought took place in an hour session actually took up to 6 hours in his life. So here again, we're into a time distortion of some kind.
Colonel Haynes calls it time compression.
Well, in my work with UFOs, I have a called time condensation, which is probably the same thing.
Probably, yes.
But the idea was that, let me see, where was we going there?
Well, that 6 hours on his end, 1 hour on our end.
So for that reason, I try not to bother him unless it's something important. There's been television shows that wanted me to prove it, and I've done it on the air, but taking someone just out of the camera crew. Show it can be done.
Oh, you mean and putting them under and doing the content? Oh my!
Yeah, we have done this on the air. I've done it for different shows and things, but that's not the idea. You don't want to turn this into something like that.
No, not a circus.
No, I've got a great respect for the man, so I don't tell anyone how I do it. Although there a lot of them want to find out.
I'm sure.
And in the book, I do mention the test that I performed with all of the people I've worked with. Incidentally, before it was over, there have been 12 different people involved. And all of the stories told in the 3 volumes. That's why it took 3 volumes. It took so many twists and turns. Mm-hmm. But each one were able to locate the same man in the same room and continuing with the same story. He would say, well, I've been waiting for you. Can we get started?
Yes, that in itself is... and I assume you retain tapes of all of this?
Oh, yes, I've got all the tapes and all the transcriptions.
Well, that in itself would seem to be proof. I mean, if you are able to establish contact with the very same person again and again and again over 12 times.
The other people don't even know what has been done before. They have no access to this. But yet they continue with the same scenario, the same story.
Remarkable. Remarkable. Well, obviously, where we are headed, you said that Nostradamus wished to make clear in good plain English his, what were quatrains, his predictions.
Yes.
Now, let me tell you, Dolores, you probably are not aware. I have written a book since we're about to launch into this myself.
Okay.
I've been doing talk radio for about, in this incarnation, for about 13 years, this program.
Uh-huh.
Or the one I do at night. And I began to notice over the last several years, Dolores, an acceleration in all areas of human events, socially, politically, economically, environmentally, you name it. I began to notice that things were occurring at a faster and faster and faster pace.
Oh, I believe it, yeah.
And I would begin to talk to my listeners about this, and many would call in, and they would say, no, Art, it just seems that way because we have mass communications, because we hear about things instantly. So I thought, well, all right, finally, I got so fed up with it that I wrote a book called The Quickening, which actually documents that things are accelerating at an exponential pace. And I believe we are headed to, I'm not a prophet, Dolores, but we are headed towards some kind of event or series of events. And so I documented that much, but I certainly have never spoken with Nostradamus, and so now we are headed toward, you agree then, with
I
that
do.
premise.
And he even backed that up because he said the main thing we have to do is get through the decade of the 90s. He said there will be more tremendous events happening during the decade of the 90s than ever in the history of man before. But he said you chose to live in this time, and you can work off more karma by living in this time in one life than you normally would take 10. So you could see that things are speeded up. They would have to be. And we have so many things coming at us. Used to be we could work on one problem at a time, but now it's all coming at us all at once.
1997, for me, personally, has been the best and worst year of my entire life. Both, Dolores, both. And I believe that for the world, for the nation, it is the best and worst of times.
Yes.
And from this point, I guess we're going to begin to move forward, and I guess you can give us the highlights, can't you?
Yes, well, one thing he said he was giving us, a lot of people don't like the prophecies because they say that they are doom and gloom.
Right.
He said he was giving us the worst case scenarios. What would happen if mankind didn't do something to stop these things?
Uh-huh.
In order to shake them up, he was going to have to give them the worst. He said, if I tell you the most horrible things mankind can do to himself, will you do something to stop it? That was the whole purpose of the communication, was to tell us what was going to happen so we could do something about it.
All right, then when we return after the bottom of the hour, what I would like you to do, if you're willing, is to give us sort of a summary of what the worst case scenario is.
Okay.
And I hate to be negative myself, but as I watch the direction of mankind right now, I don't think we're yet headed in a direction that is going to have us living out the best of the possibilities. Not yet.
Well, he said we have to get through the worst. He calls this the time of trouble. Get through the time of trouble first, then you go into the 1,000 years of peace.
The time of troubles. All right. Well, that's what's coming next, folks, after the break here at the bottom of the hour. What do you think lies ahead? Do you want to know? If not, you should turn off your radio right now. If you want to know, that's coming up next. This is Dreamland.
This is Dreamland with Art Bell. Now again, here's Art.
Now again, here I am, and I am not a prophet. At least I hope I'm not. But we're about to get to the good stuff. I wonder if that's a fair phrase with Dolores Cannon and Nostradamus. Well, if you don't want to know the future, this is where you tune out. If you do, this is where you turn the volume up and listen very carefully. Once again, Dolores Cannon. Dolores, welcome back.
Okay.
Let us begin. What information has come from Nostradamus? What do we have to look forward to?
Okay, do you really want to know?
I really want to know, yes.
Okay. One thing I think is interesting is this information came through in the late 80s. And here we are 10 years ago. I thought the 90s were going to be a long way away because he gave us dates, names, and places that would be occurring during the 90s. And much of this has already happened. Before, I could treat it kind of like a story. Well, maybe it will and maybe it won't. But then when it began happening, that was scary because did that mean the rest of it was going to happen? The books were first printed in 1989, the first volume was, and long before the Gulf War even started. But yet, in that first book, we had the dates 3 different times for the beginning of the Gulf War. We had Saddam Hussein's name in anagram form. And, all this is acting up again now. It's a very volatile situation over there.
Oh, yes.
But every time the books have gone into reprint, I've added updates in there saying this happened on thus and such a date. And it's now in its 4th printing, and so much occurred in the last year alone, I could no longer insert these into the books. I had to add a 50-page addendum to the back of Volume 1. And a lot of that was the prophecies that he had told us about the new types of computers. He told us that the next computers were going to be operated by voice, which they have done. They're working on that, and they said the next ones after that would be operated by thought, which they are working on. And then after that, there would be what he called the organic computers. And they are doing that now with the DNA computers.
Yes, they are.
And this was all in the prophecies. Also, what they talked about nanotechnology, he predicted that. And at the time, even though he didn't have a name for it, he described it perfectly. And he even mentioned the HARP project in one of the quatrains. He said the scientists would be fooling around with the energies of the atmosphere, the energies of the earth, and they would succeed in ripping a hole in the ionosphere.
Oh, no kidding.
And
That is exactly the stated goal of HARP.
I know, because now, whenever all this began happening, you can see why I had to add 50 pages just in this last year alone. We even had the absolute accurate dates for the passing of a Hale-Bopp and the Hyakutake comet. they were also in there. And these books were first written in 1989 when they were first printed at that time. So people always said, well, you could say anything, but they were in print long before the Gulf War and all these events began to happen. But Saddam Hussein, in the quatrain, definitely it infers that he would die because there's other events that were supposed to happen after his death. And all during the Gulf War, I was on the air about once a day anywhere, all over the United States. Everybody wanted to know what was going to happen. And at that time, I kept saying that Saddam Hussein would have to die. He would not live out the war. Well, it hasn't happened, but I think that part is still possible.
Well, that may mean that the war that was being described has not yet occurred.
Well, what Nostradamus said was World War I and World War II had little events that happened before them, before the actual war broke out. But that you don't realize this until you look back on it with history, saying that's where it started. He said that's what will happen when we look back later. We will say that the Gulf War was so important because that was the beginning of everything. And I hope that the Third World War that he foresaw will not happen.
Well, if you look carefully at U.S. And UN, which seem to be synonymous behavior, it's fairly obvious that we are spoiling for a fight, and we are going to get a fight with Saddam again, come hell or high water. And it's going to be fairly soon, I would imagine.
That's what I'm afraid of, because we're not out of the 90s yet. But he said, during the part about the Gulf War, he said after this war began, and it was going, the little war, he said it would be over oil, and that Saddam Hussein, the name was in anagram form, he said he was a madman, who people would think would have nuclear capabilities, but he did not have it at that time. But he said this man would be a forerunner. He would be one of the puppets to set the stage for the third Antichrist. He's not the Antichrist. He's one of the people that are part of the group that prepare the way, so to speak. But after this little war, which would be over oil, and he said there would be different countries in Europe as well as ours that would be involved, then it would escalate. There would be many other little wars in the Middle East. And then we would go to war in what he called the gray area of Europe. He called it the gray area because he said you don't know if you're in Europe or if you're in Asia. And he used the names Macedonia and Albania because he didn't have a name for Yugoslavia at that time. And I lectured in Bulgaria a year ago. I was just over the border, the Balkans, just over the border from Bosnia. My books are in Bulgarian there. And they said that we don't understand. Macedonia is not a country, it's an area. And that Bulgaria is indefinitely in that area. So it's an area of Europe. But he said, don't go into that war. If you do, you will not get out. And that's what's happening right now.
Is it not fascinating that our president just announced what I suspected since the first day we went to Bosnia, that it would be an open-ended, we're not going to really ever get out kind of commitment?
Even I do that back in the end of the 80s, that we shouldn't do it. Another prophecy that has come true, he did predict we would have a Democratic president during the time of trouble. And at the time, it seemed like it was impossible. Bush was not going to be voted out. But the rest, we did get the president. He's from my state of Arkansas. But the rest of the prophecy had not come true. The rest of that prediction was that this Democratic president would lead our country into war for economic reasons. And in another prophecy, Nostradamus said to watch the year 1995. It was a turning point. If we didn't get into a war by that time, we were going to be all right. So I was watching all of this very carefully. So what happened? Before the end of 1995, he sent the troops into Bosnia.
You bet.
Right where Nostradamus said, you must not go. So to me, I knew they weren't going to get out of there, and the whole thing is going according to the scenario that he has given us, which is not very good. And he said, if it escalates, we could be in the worst war in history. And he mentioned biological weapons, chemical weapons, nuclear weapons, worse than anything you could possibly imagine.
I have somebody who has faxed, named Dusty, asking, please ask Ms. Cannon to comment on Nostradamus relative to biological warfare and nuclear weapons in the future that cause plagues, is it true that Nostradamus refers to New York and London as affected by a plague?
Mm-hmm. Is that the end of it? Yes, he does. He says that there will be diseases created during this time of trouble that will be used as weapons. And one, he explicitly talked about was going to be used against England. I suspect that, I had to put all this together with a computer in a chronological order, which was very difficult because they were just scattered all over. If you read the book, there's no order to them. So I always said if there's anything wrong with the order, it's my fault because I tried to do it the best way I could.
Okay.
But I am assuming that some of these weapons, these diseases and the different secret weapons will not be created until the war is in full force. That's what I'm assuming. I might be wrong. But one of the diseases, they said that would be unleashed on England was a disease that would kill only men. It would attack the X or the Y chromosome.
Really?
And that way only the males would die. And this would, have to do with armies and things like that. But he definitely did see plagues being unleashed, new diseases that we have no cure for, and that's definitely happening right now.
Certainly is.
And the main thing he wanted to warn us about was this third Antichrist, because he is the one who will be bringing a lot of these things about. He said there's a group of people in the Middle East who have been taking care of this young man and grooming him for this role since he was born. So it's a very definite person. We have a lot of information about him in the book.
This person is now alive.
Yes, he is. We have his horoscope. We even have a drawing of what he looks like. And we have his horoscope. He was born February the 4th, 1962. So he would be in his 30s now. He's coming up on his birthday here pretty soon.
Yeah, February 4th, 1962.
Yeah, and we have his horoscope. And if there's any astrologers listening, he has a very unusual horoscope. He has what is called a stellium in the first house. I'm not an astrologer, but I had 3 astrologers helping me with the information. A stellium means all planets, all major planets in one house. It is a tremendous horoscope, and it could be used for either good or evil. But we know a lot about his life. We know where he was born. We know where he went to college. And we do know that he is being groomed for this role by these group of very rich Arabs in that part of the world.
We know people through recent modern ages have speculated about things like, it's always been a sort of an ethics question. If you had a chance to go back in time and kill Hitler, would that be something that would be ethically and morally correct to do?
Yeah.
Now, since you have identified the third Antichrist, his birth date, his location, and you know so much about him.
Yeah. Well, I know the question. People ask me it all the time.
Well, okay, there it is. So I won't even ask it all the way.
They always say, why can't we go and kill him?
Righto. What do you say?
Oh, I think it would be impossible. He is very protected. Even though we know where he was born, where he went to college, at the present time, he is living on different estates that belong to these very rich people. He moves around. He has no home of his own. In one of the sessions, we were showing him in Egypt at a big estate on the banks of the Nile. Another time, he was in Syria, and right during the Gulf War, he was in Oman, which is to the south of Saudi Arabia.
Correct.
You'd have to know exactly where he is, and he is protected very well. I mean, there would be no way to get close to him.
Then let me rephrase the question. Dolores, if you had a gun, and if you were in this person's presence, would you then kill that person?
Well, I don't think I would.
Based on what you know.
I don't think I would have the personality to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But Nostradamus said that this is the point. People don't realize how you can defeat someone like this. He said you don't realize the power of your own mind. That if you know what's going to happen, you could focus on the opposite of that. And that can become your reality. Because you create your own reality in your life constantly. that the future is not set in stone. It is not just one future.
I believe that.
It's many different branches. You can have an incident, an event, and it could branch off in many different directions, many different possibilities from that event, from the worst to the least. You know, in your own life, there are many crossroads.
You bet.
You could have taken another road and ended up to be a totally different person than you are now. And this is what he means. If he showed us the absolute worst that would happen from an event or a personality such as the Antichrist, would we do something to keep it from going down the worst road? But he said you could focus on the opposite and create the opposite. You could create peace and harmony.
But the worst would be?
It would be minimized anyway.
Well, I understand that, but assuming that we don't, and I will give you my reasons for believing we are not going to, assuming that it becomes the worst,
yeah.
What do we have to look forward to?
Well, he said it would be the worst war ever in the history of the world. The absolute worst. I mean, he said you can't even imagine the weapons. A lot of the weapons even have already been invented. The scientists have been working on them in secret for many, many years.
I'm afraid I can't imagine.
I have one chapter dealing with experimental weaponry. It deals with weather control machinery.
Yes.
And he did say that El Nino was being controlled by scientists. And he said it would begin to act up during the time of troubles, which is happening now. These things are coming true.
Let me tell you a headline that was in the paper not long ago. The Russians offered to create a cyclone.
A cyclone?
No, I'm serious now. The Russians offered Malaysia a demonstration of how they could, with a satellite that they now have orbiting, create a cyclone. And they said, the Russians said, this first one will be a free demonstration. Now, the reason for the cyclone is to clear away the horrendous choking smoke that has been coming from the fires there.
Oh, yeah.
Affecting all of Asia. And the Russians have made this offer, and to me that means then the Russians now have a satellite orbiting capable of actually modifying the weather, as in creation of a cyclone.
Yes, and this sounds like what he was describing. He said he saw something being beamed from up above. A lot of times he wasn't really sure what he was seeing. But he said in addition to weather machines, control machines, there were also machines that could create earthquakes. And that was another type of machine they had. They had already perfected the time control devices similar to the Philadelphia experiment. And that all of these things have already been perfected.
Well, all of that would spring from Tesla technology.
Yes, it would. And you know, when I first began writing the books and giving the lectures, I was like a blank piece of paper. I had never done a lot of research, and maybe that was the way it was supposed to be. I couldn't censor it. I couldn't change it in any way. Mm-hmm. And I began doing the lectures. People began telling me, you don't know what you're talking about, that this is real. It's not fiction. And people began calling me and say, I know what you're saying is true because I'm working on it.
Right.
And that was scary because I kept thinking the only way I could handle it was to step back and say, it's an interesting story if I don't get involved in the middle of it. But when it begins to come true, then it's a little closer to home. Then what do? You're no longer the reporter. That's objective.
I understand. Here's my analogy, and here's why I think that we're in for the worst of it. Mm-hmm. One of my favorite old movies, and I've used this a million times, is The High and Mighty with John Wayne. You're old enough. You remember that, right?
Oh, yeah. We're probably about the same age. I might be older than you.
Well, those were the days of the piston engine aircraft. And we, of course, would fly from the West Coast to Tokyo. Yeah. And at some point, about halfway or slightly over halfway with the amount of aviation fuel or gas they could carry, a little red light would come on in the cockpit, and they would say, point of no return. Now, that was real serious, and it meant that if anything now goes wrong, you're not going back to California. You are going to Tokyo, or you're going in the water.
Yeah, there's no way to go back.
There's no way to go back. And I am of the view, Dolores, that mankind's little red light came on some time ago.
I believe that.
Now, I don't think it means doomsday. I just think it means a big change is on the way. So I think we're on the same page here.
I think we are, because that's what he said. He said, you've got to tell people what's going to happen.
All right, Dolores, hold it right there. When we come back, we'll go to the phones. This is Dreamland.
This is Dreamland with Art Bell. Now, here again is Art.
Once again, here I am. Dolores Cannon is my guest. Nostradamus, the subject. And depending on what you believe about where we're headed, it could be a little rough directly ahead. Back now to Dolores Cannon, and we are talking, of course, of Nostradamus. Dolores?
Okay, yeah, I'm here.
All right, good. I have two fast questions for you, and then we'll go to the phones. One is a straightforward question, and it is simply, how did Dolores qualify him, in quotes, as the, in capitals, Nostradamus?
Okay, but what do you mean? How did he prove it to me? Or
Well, how did you qualify him in your own mind, or to your own satisfaction, that it was, in fact, the Nostradamus?
Well, I think there was no doubt about the proof because of the tremendous amount of information that was coming through, and he was translating the quatrains and all the symbols and anagrams that have puzzled mankind for 400 years. I mean, I couldn't have done that with my own mind. I was just like the reporter taking it down. I only had to ask him one time. Read the quatrain one time. At the height of this, it was coming as fast as I could read it. We were doing 30 quatrains in an hour. As fast as I could read it out of the book, he was telling me the symbols, the anagrams, what part of history it went into. Then we went on to the next one. All I had to do was compile it into the computer. It was mind-boggling. There was no way that any human being could do this on their own. People have written me and said that they take, some of them is working as long as 4 years on one quatrain.
Yes.
And here we were in, actually the whole time spent with all of this was about 6 months. We're able to do almost 1,000 of these.
Wow.
I've actually worked 3 years because there were breaks in between, but the actual time of working with him.
All right, one more. And
I didn't need any more proof anyway.
I understand. Then it's off to the phones.
Yeah?
This is very interesting. It's just a statement, but you might want to comment on it.
Okay.
It should not be surprising that the quality of the time becomes actual as definition becomes increasingly explicit. This is important to note, as knowledge is not exclusive of experience. A caveat would be that as you identify and redefine an idea what is existent in mind becomes actual in fact. Therefore, when you speak as actual, reality is informed. Please have your guest comment on this good show in reality.
Okay, that's a little complex, but I think I know what they're saying.
I think that it could be boiled down to when you say it, you begin to make it so.
Well, I think that's probably true of anything because everything has to be preceded by thought. Everything that is ever created in the world must start first with thought, with the dream to become a reality.
There you are. Good answer. All right, here we go. First time caller line, you are on the air with Dolores Cannon. Hi.
Hello, Mr. Bell. Hello, Miss Cannon.
Where are you, sir?
I'm calling from Las Vegas.
All right.
My question, I have read some of the works of Nostradamus, and he gave some specific ideas as to when extraterrestrials or alien people would make themselves known to us here on Earth.
Yeah.
And could you comment on some of those?
Okay, people always ask me that. Did he have any quatrains dealing with the UFOs or aliens? And yes, he did. I was surprised when I found this out. He called them the others or the watchers. And he said he called them the others because they were like us but other than us. And he called them the watchers because they had been watching mankind since the beginning of time. But by the time I got into the third volume that I was writing, there were specific quatrains that they would make contact after the time of troubles. We have to go through this first. Because if we get past this, we'll be going into the 1,000 years of peace and the time of what he called the great genius, the man who would have wonderful inventions to benefit mankind. And he said at that time we would be living in space, on space cities, platforms, and we would be traveling in space. By that time, we would have open contact with the aliens and be part of the galactic community, and it would be solidified by that time. But first we have to get through the time of troubles because actually they are afraid of us. We are so violent. That's why we're quarantined, actually, over here in this part of the universe.
And you blame them.
I don't blame them one bit.
All right. Dolores, well, let's just stay on the phones. I will dominate and ask questions if I don't discipline myself. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dolores Cannon. Hello.
Hi, Miss Karen. Do you think it would be possible that these lives that people remember are not their specific previous lives, but perhaps the memories or maybe the ongoing lives of the greater collective consciousness?
Well, this question is asked to me a lot. A lot of people say, could it be genetic memory? Just so, from the cellular memory, or could it be from the great collection out there? I've delved into that, but really I don't think so, because when I do the therapy, the person will go to a lifetime that has great importance in this life, that will explain their problems, sometimes physical problems, and phobias. And I think, and it's always very specific that they know it relates to them. And I don't think it is cellular memory because of the one case, for instance, that I had where the girl was a Japanese man. And now she's a blonde American living here. And in the Japanese life, him and all his family died in the atomic bomb. So there's no way it could be cellular memory there.
Well, if it was part of the collective consciousness, wouldn't everything be remembered by everyone? And maybe it's not just that specific person remembering that other life that I thought was theirs. Maybe it was part of the collective consciousness. And maybe that's why we're able to speak to Nostradamus, because we're all part of that.
Well, like I said in the beginning, when I'm speaking to Nostradamus, he is not dead. He is alive, living his life.
Wow, I think that.
And in the second volume even, I began to wonder if we were helping him write the quatrains. It became very confusing. So that's a different thing, I think, than a collective consciousness.
All right, there you are. Well, you mentioned cellular memory.
Yeah.
I interviewed a very, very nice lady who had a heart and lungs from a young teenage boy transplanted into her. You may know of this story.
Yeah.
She had the immediate cravings of this young man.
Uh-huh.
She had what apparently must have been cellular memory. She actually dreamt the name of her donor, which is never given. She knew all of this. That would indicate there is some sort of cellular transference of memory.
Yes, I think it sounds like it. Because, they say that they can clone another you just from one cell.
Yes.
That cell contains all of what you are, all of the essence of everything. So that would be an interesting concept, that when they transplant organs, they might be getting some kind of a feedback from the original person.
All right.
But still, in my work, there was nothing like that. It's a memory of another life.
I understand. East of the Rockies, you are on the air with Dolores Cannon. Where are you, please?
This is Vince in Chicago.
Hi, Vince.
Mrs. Cannon, I'd like to pull out more information on your interpretation through Nostradamus of the third Antichrist.
Okay.
First question I have is, the elite that is fronting this third Antichrist at this time, are these the people that we sometimes refer to as the Illuminati?
No, those are two different groups. Because I didn't even know what the Illuminati was, but Nostradamus talked about one group that he called the Cabal. C-A-B-A-L, that means the hidden. And he said that was a different group than this one in the Middle East, that the Cabal was connected to old banking families and generations back to where they were what he called the government behind the government.
So this Cabal is what is behind this third Antichrist?
No, it's a different group altogether. They're two separate groups. And he said if they only realized it and got together, they would have much more power. But that the one is wants to keep separate. That the one in the Middle East is composed of some very rich and wealthy Arabs that are about the richest in the world. And he said by the time 7 leaders arise in that part of the world, you will realize they're not the real leaders of those countries, but the puppets being manipulated behind the scenes.
Yeah, I do see at this time a real effort underway to bring together the entire world financial system. And my next question is, this Antichrist, what is his purpose? Is it to bring a one world government or a one world religion or just what?
Well, Nostradamus said they want power, that nothing will ever be enough for them, even though they are extremely extremely rich now. He said they want all. They want it all. It's extreme power. And I said, that doesn't sound sane. And he said, it's not.
Well,
that's what they want.
There is plenty of example on Earth in our past to understand that there are many who pursue that, and there can never be enough power.
He said they were even building an underground city where they could go and let the world destroy itself, and then they figured they'd be able to come back and have the world to itself. So the whole thing does sound very crazy.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dolores Cannon. Where are you, please?
This is Fritz from Phoenix.
Hi, Fritz.
My first question was answered with the first call from Vegas, but my second question is, there's a controversy concerning Century 2, Quatrain 28 about Diana's death.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that. I just came back from England, and they were talking about it over
now,
there.
I will fax something to Art and let him take it from there. Thank you. Good show.
Well, wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Read the quatrain. I don't know it by the number, but I do know there is the name Diane mentioned in the French.
Well, I got it over in the fax machine, so it's I don't have it in front of me.
All right, Fritz, I'll look for it. Thank you.
If it is the one, see, I don't know them by the numbers. You know, it's hard enough to remember them without the numbers.
Of course.
But the one that they're referring to, people began calling me right after the death and saying, does this refer to the death?
Yeah.
In the quatrain, the name Diane is in the French. But in the interpretation, Diane stands for the moon, the goddess of the hunt and the goddess of the moon. So it really has no relation to Diane. They were just you're looking through the quatrains looking for something, and they picked up this one.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dolores Cannon. Where are you calling from, please?
Lansing, Michigan.
All right.
Yes, my question would be, if the Antichrist was able to be, let's say, picked up in some form and contained, would that affect the outcome of Miss Fuller's quatrain things there?
Quatrain things?
I think you mean if he was taken away some way that in contained, would that affect it?
Yes.
Well, you got to remember, this is a very powerful group of people that have organized this whole thing. And if I would think it would be very possible they would come up with another one. But in the beginning, his parents were killed when he was about 8 years old. So he has been taken care of by these people, and they've been manipulating and grooming him for this job. That he would be the charismatic leader of the world. Nostradamus said, you must remember, in the beginning he will appear as a savior, the man with all the answers, the man with the golden tongue. He won't make his first conquest with violence, the same thing that Hitler did. In the beginning, it was rhetoric, being able to talk. And that, he said, is the way he will do it in the beginning, and people won't realize what's happening. So they'd be very gullible. So I think by the time they realize what's going on, it may be too late.
So basically, he could just walk right in front of you, and most people wouldn't even think of it as being him.
Nostradamus, we have a drawing because one of the people I worked with was a psychic who had helped the police on police cases. She was used to using the police composite kits. So she composed a picture of what she said he looked like.
That I would like to see.
That's in volume 3.
All right. Now, let me stop you and make you talk a little bit about your books. There are 3 volumes
in this
of Conversations with Nostradamus.
Yeah.
You have written many books, but obviously the interest is going to be in these.
Yeah.
And if people want to get them, how do they get them, Dolores?
Okay. If you can't find them in your local bookstore, where they should be, but I get letters that say they're not there, then you can call our 800 number and we can ship them immediately.
All right, and that number is?
1-800-935-0045.
1-800-935-0045. Is that a 24-hour number?
Well, you got to sleep sometimes, but I do have another number if that one is busy. Can I give both of them?
I take it that 800 number is actually there where you are?
Yes, this is where I have my office, and
oh, good luck. All
that's
right.
what I was thinking. The other one, both of these are in people's homes, but we will try to answer them if you want.
Oh,
through
Dolores, you are going to be busy.
Someone told me that. I was not prepared that it was going to be an avalanche.
How many
can I give the second one just in case the first one's busy?
Of course.
Okay, I didn't want to give too many. The first one I gave that. And the second one is 1-800-230
Right.
0312.
I take it that in these books, that's 1-800-230-0312.
But I prefer you use the first one because we're going to stay up most of the night.
You sure are.
The 935.
If one wishes to know the specifics of what is ahead and or see the photograph or so many other things, and these are big books. I've got only volume 3 here, and it is, let me see,
Well, they're
about 321 pages. So
yeah, they're close to between 300 and 400 pages.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you, in Volume 2, I have maps about the shift of the world, what continents will be left. We have gone into every possibility and probability you can imagine.
All right. Then the main number, folks, if you want to get your hands now, it's going to be hard to get through, so keep trying is the operative word here. 1-800-935-0045. And they've got a chance of actually speaking with you, I take it.
Well, after we're off the air, but my daughter runs my office, and she'll probably be answering it after it gets late.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dolores Cannon. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Where are you?
My name's Harry. I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Okay.
Been listening to the show. It's interesting. Dolores has said several things I'd never heard that Nostradamus has said before, like the president having come from Arkansas. But I'd like to have some kind of reference. Is there a quatrain that you can point to that gives us that information?
Yes, I didn't say he'd come from Arkansas. He said he was going to be a Democrat. That would be a Democrat. I said he came from Arkansas. I was surprised. But the quatrain does say that he was going to have a Democratic president during the time of troubles. I don't have my book in front of me, or I can pull out the prophecy for you. But I'd have to be able to give you the number.
Is there any quatrain you can give us that which would give us some new information? Democratic, can mean two things.
The Democratic president
any of our presidents could be considered democratic, depending on how you take the word.
During the time of troubles, no, he specifically referred to the Democratic Party.
So that we might understand terms, it is the Democrat Party. There certainly are Republicans who are part of the democratic system. So
no, he said this was definite because he said your American government seems to be that whenever you have a Democratic president, you go to war. I mean, if you have a republic, you usually have recession. So he said it would be a Democratic president during the time of troubles, and that this president would lead us into the war for economic reasons.
All right. Well, I hate to get into a fight about war, but
I could give you the number, but I just don't have it right here.
All right.
You call the office later, and you can get through, and I'll give you the number.
All right. Again, the operative numbers. The main number is 1-800-935-0045. You can call that now. Or you might try 1-800-230-0312. I'm Art Bell, and from an area in the desert near Dreamland, this is Dreamland.
Now, more of your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell.
Back to Dolores Cannon and her trilogy, Conversations with Nostradamus, which you can get, and we will get that phone number out again. I suspect they're already getting very busy. Dolores, let me read this to you from Fritz, who called a little while ago. Indeed, it came through. Entitled Nostradamus's Predicted Dies, Death, and Funeral. Like everyone else, your editor was shocked and saddened by the death of Princess Diana and her friend Dodi Al-Fayed in Paris 2 weeks ago. Now, this was obviously written some time ago. While most modern psychics seem to have missed the boat on this tragedy, I wondered how the Babe Ruth of prediction, Nostradamus himself, had made out. Turns out the old master has hit another home run. Check out this item, Century 2, Quatrain 28. And I will not endeavor to read the French, but rather...
I don't know the French anyway.
Quote, the last son of the man with the prophet's name will bring Diana to her day of rest. At a distance, they wander in frenetic grief, delivering a great people from ruin. The father of Dodi Al-Fayed, the owner of Harrod's department store, is named Muhammad, the name of the Islamic prophet.
Okay.
The rest of Nostradamus' prophecy is self-evident.
Okay, well, I haven't heard that one. The other one they were talking about was dealing with a planetary thing, and they had to do with space travel. That one, we interpreted a different way, but, he did tell us there was more than one interpretation for the different quatrains. They would refer to many events. But normally he said he didn't focus on an individual person unless they had something to do with the whole picture, the world. And, people say that he mentioned Elvis and things like that, and OJ. But it's a possibility then because Diana did affect a lot more people than the normal person would.
All right.
It's a possibility that could be an alternate interpretation.
All right, Dolores, could you feed us some goodies? Somebody here says, I'm not an expert on Nostradamus, but every prediction your guest has made thus far is not, in quotes, news. They've been available in some interpretation of the quatrains, and others would claim so as well. So, is there anything you can give us in your conversations that is yet to come that would surprise people?
Okay, that's one of the things you got to remember, though. If it is definitely set, then set in time, all the different psychics have covered a lot of these same predictions.
It's true.
They may not be new.
It is true. It is true.
Except that we got a lot of this back in the 1980s when it was before it began to happen. Okay, that's the main thing he wanted us to warn us about was the possibility of this Third World War. Let's see, something new. He talked a lot about natural disasters. He said that there would be an increase in the natural disasters during this time because the Earth has been shifting gradually for the last 40 years. It's that big sudden shift is the one that we have to watch out for. But it has been shifting gradually, and as this happens, all the weather phenomena and all the things that are occurring now, he predicted would happen. He said, watch the pattern. Incidentally, he said it would not take a war to empty the coffers of the world. It would only take these increased disasters. He says, watch the pattern. First, that there will be earthquakes where there have always been earthquakes. Then there will be earthquakes where they have never occurred before. And this is happening. He says, watch for the reawakening of the Ring of Fire.
Indeed.
Volcanoes that have been dormant for hundreds of years would begin to reawaken. And this is happening. And he did say that the weather patterns would change and the climates would change.
And that's happening.
All of that is definitely happening now. He gave us 3 predictions that were supposed to happen before the end of the 90s. That's the closest the date we could get to them, and so far they have not happened. And some of them deal with weather. The first one, it had to do with California. And a lot of people, when I go out there, they keep saying, when is the big one going to hit? They keep thinking about the earthquakes.
Right.
The quatrain that he refers to with L.A. does not deal with earthquakes, but it deals with the Santa Ana winds coming in. And he called in the quatrain, he called L.A. the maritime city of the crystal swamp. Because when he refers to New York, he refers to canyons and, like towers as being canyons and mountains.
Yes.
But L.A., he said, when he looked at it, it was like looking at a crystal swamp because he saw the reflections of all the glass, the sun on the glass. And he said it was like a swamp because you can get lost in it. But he said it would happen around this time of the year. In fact, he said it would be the winter solstice is when this prophecy would happen, that the temperatures would rise so high that it would be up to 120 degrees. And it would be mostly caused by the Santa Ana winds moving in over L.A. And he said naturally during that time when this happens, somebody will throw a cigarette out, they will start a fire in the mountains. But the people would be dropping like flies from the heat. This was specific. He didn't mention the earthquakes, although there probably will be one. He said that the people in that area are very accustomed to earthquakes, and it doesn't even bother them anymore. They won't flee if you tell them to. But that was one about L.A. dealing with at the height of the winter, there would be this tremendous heat. The other one dealt with an earthquake and a volcanic eruption at the same time. He indicated it was going to be on the North American continent, but he didn't know exactly where it was. He didn't tell us that. He said it was going to be a volcano that has been dormant for, hundreds and hundreds of years.
Have you been watching Mammoth?
I saw something on the news the other night that they said there's a volcano out there that's beginning to rumble.
Mm.
Is that I began to wonder, could that be the one?
Well, at Mammoth, they are either in or close to a yellow alert. They haven't exactly told us whether they've gone to yellow or not. There are those who believe that they have. And that would be the birth of a new volcano at
He
Mammoth.
said that the soil will be red where this happens. I don't know if that area is the area or not.
All right.
But he says when the volcano erupts, there will be an earthquake at the same time, and a city at the base of this will be destroyed. And the rivers will run red, not only from blood, but from the color of the soil. So a lot of people have told me there is red soil out in California. But when I spoke in Santa Fe, they said Santa Fe is really the middle of a caldera there that's very ancient and has red soil. So different people have been trying to find out where this is going to be. But it was interesting that definitely was an old volcano up there in California that's beginning to rumble and show signs of life.
Are you familiar with Gordon Michael Scallion?
Yes, I know him very well. We started out together years ago.
Yes, Gordon's a very good friend, and he has had visions of L.A., which include, he talked about incredible amounts of glass from skyscrapers on the ground. He saw visions of people fleeing from the Southern California area to my area, thank you very much, Nevada.
Oh, yeah?
And that sounds an awful lot like what you brushed up against here shortly.
Okay. Well, let me tell you the third prediction deals also with weather.
Please.
This was going to be the worst hurricane ever in history. And it would hit Florida, but it would hit on the side where the NASA facilities are located. I thought at first when Hugo came through there, and there was another one, about a year or so ago that were really bad.
Yes.
But they were on the Gulf side. This one, I guess, NASA is on the ocean side, I believe, isn't it?
NASA is on the eastern side of Florida.
Yeah, that would be on the Atlantic side.
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
Okay. Well, he said that this hurricane would be the worst ever, and it would hit that area because it would destroy most of the NASA facilities.
Very, very interesting because during the El Nino years, Atlantic hurricanes are either suppressed or nearly non-existent, while on the other hand, Pacific hurricanes are horrendous. We are now in El Nino. The largest wind gust ever recorded on the face of the earth was just recorded on Guam the other day when a super typhoon hit it at 236 miles per hour.
It's the worst ever.
Yeah, the worst ever.
This is what Nostradamus said, is the temperature of the ocean only has to increase by a few degrees to multiply the force of the hurricanes 100 times what they are now. And that's what's happening. The temperature of the oceans are increasing.
That is exactly right.
The ice is melting. The ice is melting in Antarctica and in the glaciers.
Yes, I'm well aware. And I'm sure that he is correct about a very few degrees, making a remarkable difference in the strength of whatever would be cooked up in the Atlantic or Pacific.
Now, he said that if they were smart, they would move the NASA facilities because it's going to hit there.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dolores Cannon. Hello.
Hello. My name is Yolan.
Yeah.
And where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Atoka, Oklahoma.
Okay.
That's close to us.
Yes, it is.
Arkansas.
First, I would like to ask you, Art, to check with Linda Moulton Howe. I mailed her a package of 137 pages on December the 1st.
All right. Well,
it was signed on December the 6th.
Okay, well, I'm sure she has it. Do you have a question, sir?
Yes. In Nostradamus' prophecies, most of the star information, the planet information, is about specific people with those birth signs and not the literal stars themselves. It depends on which prophecy that we're talking about. I am written up in those prophecies because I am the Messiah. I am the fourth and last Antichrist.
Fourth? There was only supposed to be three.
No, there are four.
Okay.
The third Antichrist is behind the one world order and the three factions that are behind the one world takeover that they're trying trying to do.
How do you know you are the Messiah? An obvious question.
Well, first off, I was born with 6 fingers on each hand. I was out of death, my mother. That's in Micah 5:2 in the Bible. It's a long, long chain of events and things that I explain
but many people have 6 fingers
in that package. Yes, I understand that.
All right. Well, obviously, it's going to take too long to go into here.
Okay.
So I don't know. Maybe you never know, Dolores.
Yes, I know. I get letters and calls from people that say the same thing. So you're not alone, sir. Anyway.
There is a Messiah complex, but then on the other hand, one of these days, one of these people.
Who's to say?
Who's to say? Exactly. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dolores Cannon. Hello.
Yeah. How you doing, Art, this evening? And Dolores, Merry Christmas and blessings to both of you.
Thank you.
I would like to validate some of the things that Dolores is saying. My name is Suleiman. I'm calling from Richmond, California.
Yes,
I left Los Angeles 6 months prior to the last earthquake because I knew that it was going to occur. I come from a family that's very psychic. My mother's Portuguese, my father's a mixture. And it's interesting that tonight that you had Dolores on because I had my book open in regards to reading some of the quatrains from Nostradamus before your show started. Anyway, number one is that I was part of an organization called Communication East in Los Angeles that was started by Casey Kasem, who was Lebanese, and he gathered all these very powerful Jews and Arabs in the United States to help resolve the problems in the Middle East, and they invited me to join their organization. And during that time, I was given a very strong vision in regards to something similar to what Dolores basically spoke about the Antichrist. I saw this young brown-skinned Arab. He was about 14 or 15 when the vision first started, and I saw all these powerful people around him in a circle initiating the ceremony. The next scene, he was about 21 or 22, and it was a triangle, and he fought off 2 different young challengers. He became the focal point of the Arab world, and then the third scene, I saw all the Arab world unite with this particular young man, and I saw a war started in the Middle East that carried into Europe.
All right. Well, that sounds right about on the same page as Dolores.
You know, I will say too, I've been getting letters since my books first came out in 1989. People having visions and dreams, and just like flashes out of the blue, that are very similar to these predictions. And I keep thinking maybe it's because it's out there and people who are susceptible will pick it up.
Well, people tend to comment, gee, we hear the same thing from Dolores Cannon and from so many others who claim to be psychics. But then again, you've got to consider if these various channels of psychic ability have any are valid, then they would tend to report the same probable futures.
Yeah.
And that would validate the whole thing, in my opinion.
I would be very suspicious if it was contradictory.
Precisely. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dolores Cannon. Hello.
Yes, I want to know about Mr. Thomas ever said anything about the New World Order or anything like that?
Well, yes, we touched on that earlier. The third Antichrist is now alive and is in the Middle East and is being protected by, I guess, the people that you could think of as those who would be behind the New World Order or grab for power. Is that fair?
Yeah, but like I said before, there were 2 groups, and he might be thinking of the one that Nostradamus calls the Cabal, and that is more or less in the western part of the world. So you have 2 different groups.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dolores Cannon. Hi. Hello.
Art?
Yes.
Oh, I thought this was first time caller line.
No, it is not.
Art, this is Alpheus. I am calling from Ohio. And I'd like to thank Dolores for identifying the Antichrist and the gentleman earlier for identifying himself as the Messiah. It's taken a great deal of strain off of me. Dolores, with all this prophecy and Art, I listen to your shows and I enjoy them quite a bit. I wonder, just what's the point of a Messiah and an Antichrist if we're not going to make it anyhow? So, we have all these...
No. Nobody said we're not going to make it.
Yeah, that's a very negative way to look at it. We have to look on the bright side.
There are going to be changes to come.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
That's what I tell people. Before the year 2000, there's going to be tremendous changes. But I believe mankind is a survivor. He will survive. And it doesn't mean this is the end of everything. There's been a lot of times in history when everybody thought it was the end of the world because of the events. But we're going to come out of this. And I hope we'll make it the least, the least of the worst possible scenarios and come out of it, hardly scratched at all.
Well, that's up to us. First,
it's up to us. It's all in our hands.
First time caller line, not a lot of time left. You're on the air with Dolores Cannon.
Dolores, how you doing?
Okay.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Canada. My name's Cram.
All right.
Quatrain 97. It's one of the popular ones. Stefan Paulus, I believe he has a book. He's written about it.
Yeah.
It's the last line that I find confusing. It says, they wish to see the Normans proven. If
you
you
have
look
to read
at
the whole thing. I don't know the number. You have to read the entire.
Quatrain talks about 45 degrees. The sky will be a light. Fire approaches the great new city. That one?
Yeah, that one.
I'll tell you what. There isn't much time, Art said, but take a look at the biggest non-nuclear explosion in the history that took place in Halifax Harbor when two ammunition ships collided. One being French, as a matter of fact, and it's right at 45 degrees. And the flame explosion sprung up from the harbor, which it does say in the Quatrain. But more importantly, Stefan Paul says this part about the Normans to be proven.
Yeah.
He says it's confusing. But if you look at it, the history of our world, the North American continent, they believe was founded by the Vikings, which were the Norsemen called the Normans.
Well, that's
this possibility. That's what
Nostradamus is definitely referring to the French in that quatrain, and it has to do with a missile that will be fired at the United States, and the French will help to stop it or to help once it has been fired. That's what it comes from, the 45-degree angle in that quatrain. But as I said before, he said there were many different other definitions. It doesn't just mean one. He was giving me the one I should know, but there were other definitions possible in all of the quatrains.
Dolores, we are out of time. It has been a distinct pleasure. Dolores has a trilogy on the subject we've been discussing tonight entitled Conversations with Nostradamus. 3 books, volume 1 through 3. And you can get them by calling 1-800-935-0045 or 1-800-230-0312. Dolores, I'm sorry, the clock says we've got to go. It has been a great pleasure.
It really went fast.
Oh, it went fast, and we will do it again, I assure you.
Okay, I want to thank you for having me on.
Good night, Doris.
Okay, Merry Christmas.
Good night. From the high desert, good night.